Chapter 121. This sleep, Wu Ming slept very deeply. A help. Early the next morning, Wu Ming was woken up by a familiar scream. Who is this? Hey, see you, what's wrong? Wu Ming opened his sleepy eyes and went downstairs. He opened the door and found that Wan Siyu was tied up by one of the vines, hanging in the air. Even so, she still clenched the paper bag in her hand. Inside the bag was the breakfast she had bought for Wu Ming. Wan Siyu's pet, Xiao Long, was also tied up by the vines and couldn't get away. It was crying in a childish voice. She's one of us. Let her go. Wu Ming ordered the dark magic vine at once. The dark night demonic vine was a little silly. It really let go of Wan Siyu, who was in midair, and let her fall from a height of 3 meters. Dark magic vine, you idiot! Wu Ming rolled his eyes and rushed over. He reached out his hands and caught Wan Siyu, who was falling from the air. Because of the strong inertia, the two of them fell to the ground. As luck would have it, Wu Ming pressed down on Wan Siyu's tender body, and he could feel the infinite softness in his arms. Brother Wu, Wan Siyu noticed that Wu Ming was on top of her. She blushed, and even her ears were burning. She struggled to get up. Wu Ming stood up in a hurry and helped Wan Siyu up. He asked with concern, "Are you okay? Why didn't you wear the dark gold armor?" I was scared and forgot." Wan Siyu lowered her head. Her face was still red. Hearing this, Wu Ming smiled. Wan Siyu used to be an ordinary shop assistant, and she had never received professional combat training. In terms of dealing with unexpected situations, she did need to improve. If it were him, he would have put on the dark gold armor immediately to ensure his own safety if he sensed that something was wrong. Brother Wu, I'm sorry. If I encounter such a situation in the future, I'll put on my dark gold armor immediately, Wan Siyu hurriedly promised. Wu Ming patted Wan Siyu's shoulder and encouraged her. Don't worry, you're not familiar with it yet. Practice more in the future, and you'll be able to form a conditioned reflex and activate the dark gold armor immediately. Well, thank you, Brother Wu. Wan Siyu nodded. Ga. Xiao Long was also released and fell on Wan Siyu's shoulder, his little face full of grievance. By the way, Brother Wu, is this your new pet? You don't know how fierce it is. I was just passing by out of curiosity, and it tied me and Xiao Long up. Wan Siyu was a little depressed when she mentioned this. She and Xiao Long walked along the sidewalk to go to work. When they were hundreds of meters away, she noticed the night vines growing in the flower bed in front of the pet store. Surprised as she was, Wan Siyu believed that the night vines were probably planted by Wu Ming, so she didn't think too much about it. However, as soon as she stepped into the night vine's range of attack, she was tied up and hung in the air. It's called the night vines. Don't be fooled by its silly look. It's a pet of the plant family with the potential of a Class C pet. It's good at guarding the house, Wu Ming explained with a smile. Woof, woof, woof. Right then, Little Tyrant turned back into a black puppy and chased after the low-level version of the Cerberus. It kept pinning the Cerberus down, then letting go like a cat playing with a mouse. Wait, what is that? Wan Siyu pointed at the low-level version of the Cerberus. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with surprise. The Night Vine's talent allows them to clone other pets and beasts. But since the Night Vines are still in their infancy, the clones will be weak. They will be as weak as a mascot, Wu Ming explained. So that's how it is. Wan Siyu understood. Don't just stand there. Come on in. Wu Ming walked into the pet store with breakfast. He washed up and hurried to eat. Not long afterward, Zuma Mei and Huang Samba came to work as well. Since they had learned their lesson, this time, the two of them didn't get tied up by the night vines. Instead, they got to know each other. Both Huang Samba and Zuma Mei were surprised to hear that the night vines were a pet of the plant family with the potential of a Class C pet. But on second thought, Wu Ming was so powerful. Taming a night vines was nothing out of the ordinary. After breakfast, Wu Ming took out the extra materials. Some of them were brought by Su Qianqian. It took Wu Ming an hour to mix 2 portions of Class F self-healing food, 2 portions of Class F speed food, 2 portions of Class F defense food, and 2 portions of Class F super light food. He gave 1 each to Zuma Mei and 1 to Wan Siyu. Brother Wu, how can we accept this? Zuma Mei shook her head. Wu Ming had already owed her a huge debt when he gave her the pet egg of the unicorn. Now, he was giving her 4 portions of Class F evolution food. She felt she owed more and more. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to pay it off even if she sold herself. You have underestimated your ability to make money. Wu Ming sat on the couch, looked at Zuma Mei and Wan Xiyu, and continued. When your pet's ponies and Xiao Long eat the 4 portions of Class F evolution food and become pets at the peak of the Class F, you will be able to pay me back the hundreds of thousands of pet coins. His words dispersed all the clouds and mist. Wan Xiyu and Zuma Mei looked at each other. They had realized the crux of the matter. They were no longer ordinary people. They were beast tamers. When their pets became stronger, they could go out and look for herbs in a team. They could sell the herbs for a lot of money. By then, they would be able to pay back the money. With that thought in mind, Wan Xiyu and Zuma Mei said at the same time, "Thank you, Brother Wu. From now on, we will work hard to make money and pay you back." "Okay, work as usual today. Go ahead," Wu Ming said, and went back to the 2nd floor to sleep. In the center of the Garan Castle, on a brightly lit street, on the side of the road, in a van, assassin number 003 of the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild, Yi Sanyang, nicknamed Night Witch, was sitting on the couch, holding a dagger to Lu Gaohan's neck. She had stopped using Class F seduction and Class F interrogation. I didn't know that Lu Gaohan and Wu Ming had such a deep grudge against each other. This is great. I can use him to deal with Wu Ming. Yi Sanyang licked her scarlet lips and put on an evil smile. She had a great time with Wu Ming that night, and even wanted to have such a wonderful night a few more times. But today, the branch president had ordered her to kill Wu Ming at all costs. She did not know why the branch president had lost his mind and gave her such an order. But she was an assassin after all. She had to carry it out. Considering that Wu Ming might have a Class E beast tamer secretly protecting him, Yi Sanyang decided to find someone else to do it. And today, she met Lu Gaohan in the bar. Through eavesdropping, Yi Sanyang knew that he hated Wu Ming very much. So, she seduced him into the van and interrogated him. "Good brother, can you go and kill Wu Ming? If you succeed, you can do whatever you want to him." Yi Sanyang whispered seductively into Lu Gaohan's ear. Lu Gaohan was tempted. His mouth was dry. But soon, he realized that his family heirloom had been cut off. He was even forced to undergo a sex change operation. He was furious. "Get lost. I don't need women." Lu Gaohan pushed Yi Sanyang away and was about to open the van door. Chapter 122. Yi Sanyang narrowed her eyes. Her gaze was cold, like a venomous snake hibernating in the dark. She exuded a dangerous aura from head to toe. "You want to leave? Hey, you're dreaming." Yi Sanyang used her jujitsu to control Lu Gaohan and pressed him to the seat. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Let go of me." Lu Gaohan's arm was twisted by Yi Sanyang and was almost dislocated. He was in so much pain that he begged for mercy. "Go and kill Wu Ming. Otherwise, you'll be the one who dies." Yi Sanyang took out a bottle of special medicine and poured it into Lu Gaohan's mouth. "This is a poison that I carefully concocted. Only I have the antidote. If you don't want to die, then do as I say." Lu Gaohan was frightened and quickly nodded. "Remember, you can't reveal any information about me. Otherwise, I'll throw the antidote into the cesspool and poison you to death." Yi Sanyang reminded him. "Don't worry, I'll definitely kill Wu Ming." Lu Gaohan made up his mind. Since he hated Wu Ming, he might as well find a chance to kill him. "Very well, get out." Yi Sanyang nodded in satisfaction. She opened the door and kicked Lu Gaohan out of the van. Under the neon lights, Lu Gaohan looked at the vanishing van and cursed. "F***CKU, stinky woman. Not only did you feed me poison, you even stole my van. How dare you?" Under the colorful lights, his face gradually became distorted. It looked very eerie and scary. At this time, Lu Gaohan saw an advertisement on the big screen nearby. "Hello, customers. This is the new version of the Black Armor Combat Suit from our super affordable mall. It has super strong defense." Looking at the advertisement, he narrowed his eyes. "This armor is not bad. Lu Gaoan laughed sinisterly and prepared to go to the super affordable mall the next day to buy a set of black armor. In a nearby coffee shop, LV Luo wore a big pair of sunglasses and leaned on the sofa. She took off the Bluetooth earpiece that was specially designed for eavesdropping. Then, she threw it on the ground and stepped on it. She took out her phone and sent a message to Wu Ming. Ding dong. In the pet store, Wu Ming was reading and studying. Suddenly, a notification sound came from the phone. Yi Xinyang poisoned Lu Gaoan and asked him to kill you. Moreover, Lu Gaoan seems to be going to buy the new black armor combat uniform from the super affordable mall. You have to be careful and don't die. Wu Ming smiled when he saw the message that seemed cold but contained a little warmth and concern. Yi Xinyang really doesn't recognize me after putting on her pants. How long has it been, and she already sent Lu Gaohan to kill me? However, it's strange. Why is Yi Xinyang and Lu Gaohan together? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. He picked up his phone and replied, "Thank you." Coffee shop. LV Luo held her phone and saw Wu Ming's reply. Her seductive lips with green lipstick curled up slightly. She stood up, swayed her slender waist, and quickly left. At noon the next day, it was time for the second batch of black armor to be auctioned in the super affordable mall. In the sales hall on the top floor, 10 sets of black armor stood in a row on the stage. Now, let's begin the auction for today's first set of black armor. The starting price is 300,000 pet coins. Secretary Zheng, who was wearing an office lady's uniform and black-rimmed glasses, was in charge of today's auction. 1 million, a masked man said in a deep voice. As soon as he said that, the whole place went into an uproar. You don't have to spend money like this even if you're rich. That's right. A set of black armor can usually only be sold at 7 or 800,000. This guy just opened his mouth and said 1 million. He's clearly trying to outdo us. Forget it. Don't compete with him. The customers around shook their heads. 10 minutes later, in the underground garage, Lu Gaoan tore off the black cloth covering his face. He looked at the black armor with a gloomy face and licked his dry lips. Wu Ming, I want you to die without a burial place. He put on the helmet and drove away. At the pet store, Wu Ming had finished his dinner and sat on the couch. Today was another day without much to do. Wan Xiu, Huang Samba, and Zuma may had all gone home after work. As for Zhang Okeyun, he hadn't seen her for 2 days. I'm running short of herbs. It's hard to make new food for evolution, Wu Ming mumbled. After the previous beast-tide attack by the C-Class 1,000-year Eagle Commander, most of the medicinal herbs in the major shopping centers of Jialan City had been sold out. At the moment, even if he had the money, he wouldn't be able to buy enough herbs. I still have more than half a month before I go to Nanjiang City. It's still early. How about I go to the Heavenly Abyss Canyon tomorrow and see if I can find something unexpected? Wu Ming rubbed his chin and made a plan. What he didn't know was that as night fell, a man in black armor was slowly approaching. It was Lu Gaohan. This set of armor is so cool. Lu Gaohan extended many spikes from his palms and climbed up the wall behind the pet store. Soon, he had sneaked up to the second floor. The night magic vine was right in front of the pet store, so it didn't see Lu Gaohan. In the dark bedroom on the second floor, Lu Gaohan grinned hideously. Wu Ming, tonight is the day you die. He hid behind the door of the bedroom on the second floor with a crazy and sick smile on his face. Lu Gaohan didn't know that an invisible black cat was squatting 1 meter away, gazing at him coldly. The ghost cat reached out with its sharp claws, but then retracted them. The ghost cat was smart enough to know that Lu Gaohan was wearing black armor. Not even the ghost cat's classy talent could cut him open. Therefore, the ghost cat chose to send a message to Wu Ming through the soul contract. Someone is wearing black armor and hiding on the second floor? Wu Ming's eyelids twitched when he received the message from the ghost cat. He put on the dark golden armor at once. So Lu Gaohan is here, but not even the night magic vine can see him. He must have gone around and entered the blind spot. The night magic vine was still in its infancy stage. It was not tall enough and its surveillance range was limited. When it reached Class E, each vine would be over 100 meters long. It would be able to sense the fluctuations in the air and monitor the area around the pet store. Wu Ming stood up and walked to the second floor slowly. Bang, bang, bang. He's here. Lu Gaoan took out his dagger at once. The sick smile on his face was getting crazier. Soon, a man came into his sight. Since it was nighttime, Lu Gaoan didn't turn on the lights. He could only see that this man was a bit strange. He seemed to be wearing armor as well. Never mind. Let me stab him to death first. Lu Gaoan held the dagger with both hands and tried to stab him. But soon, he realized that he couldn't control the black armor. It was as if it had been locked. What is going on? Lu Gaohan's expression changed. Bang! The light came on. Wu Ming looked at Lu Gaohan, who was standing behind the door. Do you feel that the black armor is locked and you can't move? *T. This piece of *T black armor. Lu Gaohan's face turned livid. He realized that he had been set up. Chapter 123. How did you lock the black armor? I've already recognized it as my master. Lu Gaohan growled. He suddenly felt that he had spent $1 million to buy loneliness. The black armor that was highly praised by them all had failed at such a crucial moment. He was furious. Wu Ming smiled. He had absolute control over every black armor, and this was called a dimensionality reduction. Wu Ming stretched out his hand and patted Lu Gaohan's shoulder. The black armor's helmet immediately bounced up and rolled to the ground. Lu Gaohan's face turned pale. He realized that the black armor was not listening to him at all. It was like a hard and cold iron shell, firmly trapping him in place. Are you here to kill me? Wu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the dagger in Lu Gaohan's hand. He took it and placed it on the table. It's a pity that you chose the wrong equipment. Wu Ming continued. To be honest, this black armor was personally made by me. I have the highest authority over the black armor. How is that possible? Lu Gaohan was stunned. He found it hard to believe that such a powerful black armor was made by his enemy, Wu Ming, who was standing in front of him. I have never shown mercy to those who want to kill me. You, rest in peace. Wu Ming did not want to waste his breath on Lu Gaohan. He used all his strength and twisted Lu Gaohan's neck, killing him on the spot. Then, he activated the transformation ability and turned Lu Gaohan into a black spiritual ball the size of a fist. One down. As for Yi Sanyang, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because we had a wonderful night together? Wu Ming put away the black armor and the spiritual ball. He looked at the quiet street through the glass window. His gaze gradually turned cold. He took out his phone and sent a message. Ding dong. At a bar full of merriment. Luluo was currently dancing in the middle of the crowd, attracting the fiery gazes of many old perverts. At this moment, she felt a tremor on her butt. There was a message. LV Luo sat on the empty sofa and turned on her phone. She saw the message from Wu Ming. Where is Yi Sanyang? This message was very short, but LV Luo could sense the coldness in it. She quickly started typing with both hands. LV Luo, Lu Gaohan tried to assassinate you? Wu Ming, there's no such person anymore. LV Luo. All right, it seems that you've already dealt with him. Then, you asked for Yi Sanyang's address because you're preparing to deal with her? Wu Ming, she wanted to kill me. How could I not fight back? LV Luo, the mission to assassinate you was personally issued by the branch president. If we touch Yi Sanyang now, we will only alert the enemy. Wu Ming, so, LV Luo, we can wait a little longer. I recently heard that there are special envoys coming down for an inspection. That's the best time to take action. Wu Ming, the special envoys of the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild headquarters. LV Luo, yes. Wu Ming, but if the special envoys come down, shouldn't there be more people? It's even harder to take action, right? LV Luo, 2 special envoys, a man and a woman. The woman has a grudge against me and is the lover of the branch president. She's also his backer in the headquarters. Wu Ming, you want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, once and for all. LV Luo, smart. Wu Ming, okay then. I'm going to the Heavenly Abyss Canyon again. When I come back, it'll be about time. LV Luo, yes. When the time comes, we'll work together to kill the branch president. I'll become the new branch president, and you can take revenge. Let's have a good cooperation. Wu Ming, sure. The conversation between the two of them ended here. Wu Ming put down his phone and looked out the window. It was not yet midnight. He opened VX and sent a message to the pet store's staff group. Tomorrow morning, we'll set off for the Heavenly Abyss Canyon. Once the message was sent out, the people in the group became excited. Wan Siu, Brother Wu, isn't it too dangerous to go to the Heavenly Abyss Canyon? Zuma Mei, do I have to go too? Huang Samba, finally, we can go out and have fun. If we don't go out, Bear and I will get rusty. Wan Siu, add Zhang Okyun to the group. Zhang Okyun, what? We're going to the Heavenly Abyss Canyon tomorrow. Take me. I want to wear the Deep Abyss armor and kill people in the canyon. Wu Ming. Wan Siu. Brother Wu, I'm staying at Yin Yin's place tonight. She saw the message in the group. Wu Ming was speechless. No wonder Wan Siu added Zhang Okyun to the group. It turned out that Ms. Zhang couldn't stand the loneliness and wanted to go out and have fun. Wu Ming adds Mu Wanyin to the group. Wu Ming, we're going to the Heavenly Abyss Canyon tomorrow. If you want to go, drop one. If not, leave the group. Wu Ming, 1. Huang Samba, 1. Wan Siu, 1. Zuma Mei, 1. Zhang Okyun, drop 1. Wu Ming, upstairs, you're so naughty. Zhang Okyun, humph. Mu Wanyin, go to the Heavenly Abyss Canyon? But a few days ago, Garan Castle was attacked by a beast tide. Will it be dangerous outside? Wu Ming, no. The super beasts have been defeated. They're in a weakened state right now. It's the best time for us to go to the Heavenly Abyss Canyon. Mu Wanyin, 1. Wu Ming, very good. Our 6-person combat team is complete again. Since that's the case, Ms. Zhang, please take care of the car and supplies. Zhang Okyun, tomorrow morning, I'll drive the bulletproof truck to the roof of your pet shop and blind someone's titanium eyes. Wu Ming, ha. He turned off VX and put the phone on the table. He rubbed his temples and couldn't help but smile. Soon, Wu Ming took a shower, turned off the lights, and went to bed. The next morning, Wu Ming got up early in the morning. Boom! In the distance, a dark blue bulletproof truck drove over slowly. A middle-aged man with stubble on his face stuck his head out of the window and sized up the night magic vines in front of the pet shop. He was confused, but despite his confusion, the driver kept driving. Soon, something happened. The night magic vines suddenly moved. Some of the vines propped themselves up on the ground. The rest of the vines wrapped around the bulletproof truck and lifted it to a height of 10 meters, level with the roof of the pet shop. "Let me down," the driver yelled. Good heavens! I didn't know that the night magic vines were so powerful. Wu Ming covered his mouth and snickered. Boom! A sports car drove over. Crack! The sports car stopped on the side of the road. Zhang Okyun jumped out from the driver's seat. She stared at the truck that had been lifted to a height of 10 meters by the night magic vines. Her mouth was wide open and her phone fell to the ground. Hey, Miss Zhang, isn't that your truck? You really did it to the roof of the pet shop. That's amazing. Wu Ming laughed. Zhang Okyun clenched her teeth. She didn't know how to respond. At the same time, Huang Samba and Zuma Mei drove their pickup truck over. They were also dumbfounded when they saw the bulletproof truck being lifted into the air. I'm so pissed. Wu Ming, why aren't you putting down the truck? After a moment of silence, Zhang Okyun stomped her feet in anger. Chapter 124. Night demonic vine, slow down. Don't break the truck. Wu Ming said. The night demonic vine did as told. Before the truck landed, the driver jumped out of the window and ran away, not even daring to look back. The night demonic vine was about to entangle the driver, but Wu Ming stopped it with a wave of his hand. Wu Ming, you scared away the driver I hired. Are you going to drive when we leave the city? Zhang Okyun put her hands on her hips. Zumei is the driver. Wu Ming pointed at Zuma Mei, who was not far away. It's still dangerous this time. The driver you hired is not a beast tamer, so it's not suitable for him to go out. The 6 of us are enough. At this moment, Mu Wanyin ran over with the little white fox in her arms and a black backpack on her back. Brother Wu, I'm not late, am I? Just in time. The truck just arrived. Wu Ming pointed at the bulletproof truck that the night demonic vine had left on the street. Huang Samba, check the supplies. If everything is ready, we'll leave in half an hour. Okay. The check was very detailed. First, they checked the clothes, medical supplies, food, fresh water, a new type of breathing mask, communication tools, batteries, a convertible roof, special gasoline, and so on. Other than that, there were a lot of miscellaneous things, including some tools for field production. After 10 minutes of checking, Huang Samba confirmed that the supplies they brought were enough for 6 people to use for a week. Then he said, "Brother Wu, it's enough." Okay. Wu Ming nodded and looked at the others. Is there anything else? If not, let's go. Get in. Zhang Okiyun stepped forward and rushed into the bulletproof truck. The others got in one after another. Zuma Mei sat in the driver's seat, Huang Samba sat in the passenger's seat, and the others sat in the passenger's seat. Let's go. Virum. The engine started, and the bulletproof truck sped away. Soon, the truck passed through the checkpoint at the city gate and drove onto the gravel road, heading towards the Heavenly Abyss Canyon at full speed. For safety's sake, everyone put on their dark gold armor. At the same time, Wu Ming placed Lu Gaohan's Matter Spirit Ball on the surface of the bulletproof truck. It could effectively block any cuts, punctures, and other accidents to ensure that the truck was safe. 3 hours later, the bulletproof truck was parked at the edge of the cliff. We're here. Get out of the car. Wu Ming was the first to jump out of the carriage. He looked around and found that there were many fragments of vicious beasts nearby. It seemed that a fierce battle had taken place here. Big Bear, carry the equipment. Let's go. Huang Samba handed an extra-large box to the mighty bear while he took the lead. Wu Ming was at the back, and the other 4 were in the middle. Soon, they landed on the ground of the canyon. We've cleaned up this area before. There shouldn't be any herbs worth paying attention to. We have to go deeper, Wu Ming said. See you. Ask Xiaolong to investigate nearby and see if there are any herbs we've missed. Okay. Wan Siyu did as she was told at once. Xiaolong was a blue flying pterosaur that could fly. At the moment, it had 5 talents: F-grade Scream, F-grade Speed, F-grade Defense, F-grade Self-Healing, and F-grade Super Beam. It was at the peak of F-grade pets. It wouldn't be in danger even if it went out alone to investigate. It flapped its wings and observed the surroundings from a height of more than 100 meters. Shriek! 10 seconds later, Xiaolong let out a cry. Brother Wu, Xiaolong is calling us. There must be something worth paying attention to in that direction. Wan Siyu could understand the meaning behind Xiaolong's cry. They set off at once. Under Xiaolong's guidance, the 6-man combat team crossed the dense forest and arrived in front of a huge footprint. This was the footprint left behind by a terrifyingly huge beast. Wu Ming didn't know what rank the owner of the footprint was. However, the footprint in front of them was more than 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. It was oval in shape. However, there were only 2 footprints in the vicinity. It should be a huge flying dire beast, comparable to the C-class 1,000-year eagle and C-class Dracophant berserk eagle. Wu Ming stood in front of the huge footprint and analyzed. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant ran out from the bushes. It threw the thing it was holding in its mouth to the ground and ran around it in circles. A broken super alloy steel helmet. The bloodstains on it are still fresh. It hasn't completely dried. It seems that within half an hour, a great battle took place here. Even the beast tamer died. Wu Ming's expression turned serious. They were wearing dark gold armor. Even an E-grade beast couldn't break through their defense. However, there was a limit to the dark gold armor's ability to withstand shock. If there was a high-speed collision, it could still kill them. Brother Wu, I've checked and found the corpse of this beast tamer nearby. However, his belongings are gone. Mu Wanyin ran over with little white fox in her arms. She was panting. She graduated from the Beast Pet Academy and had received the most formal training for beast tamers. She was able to pay attention to many details. She guessed, it seems that this beast tamer wasn't attacked by a beast. It was more likely that he was robbed by another beast tamer. Why didn't the beast tamer's partner take the items away? Wan Siyu asked. If it was his partner, they wouldn't have left his corpse exposed in the wilderness. They would have chosen to bury him and put him to rest, Mu Wanyin explained. If it was done by someone, then it would be very dangerous. Wu Ming dug a hole and buried the beast tamer. The others' hearts gradually became heavy. In the wilderness, sometimes the most terrifying thing wasn't the endless number of beasts, but the dangerous and vicious hearts of other beast tamers. For safety's sake, we'll all travel on land to avoid being exposed. Wu Ming made a decision. In the following time, Xiao Long stopped flying. Instead, he folded his wings and stood up like a human, swaying left and right as he walked. Perhaps they were blessed by the goddess of luck. Half an hour later, the team of 6 came across a cave covered by vines. There were many glowing crystals in the cave. This is dragon's eye jade. In essence, it is the crystallization of dragon bone essence. When ground into powder, it can be used as medicine. It is good for vision. Wu Ming used his eye of insight to obtain information about the crystals. Then what are we waiting for? Let's dig. Huang Samba directly dug out the dragon's eye jade and put it into the treasure chest. Wu Ming realized that the cave was very deep. Follow me. He walked to the very front. Wu Ming had a premonition that this cave could lead to a treasure land that contained huge wealth or secrets. The others hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed. Using the strong flashlight, Wu Ming saw the terrain of the cave clearly. He led the team a few hundred meters into the cave and finally reached the turning point. The cave, which was originally deep and level, started to go straight up. What was even more shocking was that there was actually a stainless steel ladder welded to the rock wall. Someone might have lived here before, but who would live in such a dangerous place in the middle of nowhere? Zhang Okeiyun crossed her arms, feeling an inexplicable chill. Chapter 125. Wu Ming used his flashlight to illuminate the top and found that the stairs were only a few dozen meters high. After that, there would be a door. Maybe this isn't a place for people to live, but a secret base. Judging from the dust on the stainless steel stairs, this place has been abandoned for a long time. Wu Ming said his guess. Secret base? That's interesting. Zhang Okeiyun was interested. I'll go up first. Huang Samba jumped on the stairs and climbed along the wall. Soon, they reached a height of a few dozen meters. There was a stone door here. With a gentle push, it opened. It's a little dark inside. I can't see clearly. Huang Samba whispered. Let's go up one by one. Be careful. Wu Ming also started climbing. Puff puff. Wan Siyu grabbed Xiao Long's legs and flew up. Wow, Siyu Xiao Long is so powerful. Even she can fly up with him. Zuma Mei looked envious. I can fly too. Zhang Okeiyun quickly combined with Shui Ling and turned into a flying bird with dark golden armor. Its speed was even faster than Wan Siyu and Xiao Long. We can only obediently climb up. Zuma Mei and Mu Wanyin looked at each other, shrugged, and followed up the stairs. In less than 3 minutes, the 6-person combat team arrived at the abandoned laboratory. Hey, there's a light switch here. Huang Samba found a main switch. Brother Wu, should we turn it on? Let's give it a try. Wu Ming nodded. Click. The main switch closed. The lights in the laboratory were sparsely lit, barely enough to illuminate the interior. At this time, the laboratory finally appeared in front of Wu Ming and the others. The laboratory was dug out from the mountain. It was 5 meters high and was circular in shape with a diameter of about 20 meters. There were many broken things on the ground. There were human skeletons, ferocious beast skeletons, some broken metal boxes, and some strange lines. So disgusting. Huang Samba pointed at a skeleton on the ground and found that it was covered with moldy paint. It looked disgusting. Have you all put on your breathing masks? Wu Ming asked. In most cases, this kind of laboratory was filled with highly toxic gases. Without a breathing mask, it was very easy to be poisoned to death. It's so strange that the electrical appliances here can still be used. Mu Wanyin stood in front of a table and looked at the computers on it. Because Huang Samba turned on the main switch, one of the computers automatically turned on. The remaining computers seemed to have been smashed by something and could no longer be used. This place has been abandoned for so long. Why is there still electricity? Wansi was a newbie. Although she studied hard, there were still many things that she did not understand. I don't know. Maybe it's solar power, wind power, or batteries. Wu Ming said, "Let me see what's on this computer." Mu Wanyin turned on the computer and found that it did not require a login password. The others gathered around and looked at it curiously. This computer is a personal diary, a daily record of my work. There's nothing confidential in it. Wansi Yu checked the computer and soon found a folder. She opened it and saw many videos. The first video was played. In the video was an operation table. A person was lying on the table, covered in wounds. The researchers cut off his broken tissues and then sewed back the hairy parts that belonged to a ferocious beast. So disgusting. They sewed the tissues of a ferocious beast onto a human body. This is a horrifying human biological experiment. The Pet Alliance will punish them. Is this a human modification experiment base? The members of the 6-member team watched the first video. Gradually, they became serious as if they had encountered something serious. Let's move on to the second video. Mu Wanyin moved the mouse and clicked on the next video. In the video, the modified person stood up. He was much stronger than the average members of the Special Forces. However, he was prone to anger. When he became ruthless, he would even hit himself. He also had a tendency to harm himself. It should be the genes of the berserk beast that affected his body. His whole body became berserk, and he couldn't even control himself. Wu Ming frowned as he thought of this. Mu Wanyin clicked on the third video. In this video, another subject had been changed. A person was lying on the test table. His limbs had been sawed off and replaced with the limbs of a ferocious ape. *T. This is really a human experiment. Huang Samba was creeped out. The modified person is strong and close to a ferocious beast. But isn't this disgusting? I'd rather lie in bed for the rest of my life than do this. Are they trying to create a super warrior? Wu Ming touched his chin and was deep in thought. After taming a pet, the beast tamer could receive strength feedback from the pet and gradually become stronger. However, there was a limit to this. No matter how strong a person was, he could not be more terrifying than a ferocious beast. Otherwise, humans would not have to rely on pets to gain a foothold on the Sky Blue planet. They could rely on superheroes. In the video, the warrior with the limbs of an ape was very powerful. With a light leap, he could jump as high as 2 stories. He stepped on a rock and broke it. This kind of combat power could be called a super warrior. Then, the next video was shown. This time, the experiment process was even more horrifying. A human head was attached to the neck of an ape, completing the pioneering feat of head replacement. This super warrior was even more perfect. He put on an ape-head combat helmet and charged into the army with a super alloy long saber. He killed everything that stood in his way. In the end, he even single-handedly killed more than a dozen F-class dire beasts and 3 E-class dire beasts. His battle record was amazing. He did it. Class E-Ape Warrior is invincible. We can use the Class E-Ape Warrior as a template to create a newer and stronger Super Warrior. In the video, there was an excited shout. However, when Mu Wanyin opened the last video, the Class E-Ape Warrior killed his way into the laboratory and massacred the researchers. All the research results were destroyed by him. I am Li Daliang, the person in charge of the Super Warrior Project. By the time you see this video, I will have been killed by the Class E-Ape Warrior who has lost control. Those who are watching this video, please do me a favor. Don't kill the Class E-Ape Warrior. No, don't kill him, because he is the result of my painstaking research. In the video, a bald middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses shouted at the camera. Bang, bang, bang. In the video, there was the sound of someone knocking on the door. At this point, the video ended. Ding! The video has been played. The computer's self-destruction program has begun, counting down from 10 seconds. 10, 9, 2, 1. The moment he heard the prompt, Wu Ming quickly led the others to retreat. Boom! The computer self-destructed and exploded into pieces. Even the computer desk was destroyed and turned into dust. Chapter 126. Looking at the remnants of the explosion in front of him, Wu Ming fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, the person in charge of the plan named Li Daliang should hate the classy ape warrior. After all, that was his murderer. However, Li Daliang actually begged others not to kill the classy ape warrior. Was it really like what the video said, that this was his life's work, and he did not want it to go to waste just like that? However, if the classy ape warrior killed Li Daliang, why did he keep this computer? All of this was very suspicious. Brother Wu, what should we do next? Mu Wanyin looked at Wu Ming, her heart beating fast. This classy ape warrior was really too terrifying. From head to toe, other than its head, it had no weaknesses. It was almost invulnerable. Moreover, it had the intelligence of a human, rich combat skills, the agility of an ape, and the combat ability of a classy beast. It could be considered a perfect killing machine. Such a creature was very scary. Continue to search this place and keep anything useful. Then blow this place up. Forget it, don't blow it up first. Keep this place, it might be useful in the future. Wu Ming thought about it and felt that it was better to leave this place here. He had a premonition that he would come here again in the future. The members of the combat team searched this place for half an hour and found that many things were damaged and were basically useless. However, Little Tyrant relied on his sensitive sense of smell and found a mechanism in the corner of the wall. Click! The moment he pressed the mechanism, an invisible door on the wall opened and a passage appeared. The few of them walked along the passage and arrived at the operating room they saw in the video. Also, there was a storage room. There were many broken glass jars inside, and the cultivated dire beast limbs were already rotten. The stench was overwhelming. Fortunately, the members of the combat team all wore breathing masks and could not smell the stench outside. It was basically filtered out. This is really a disgusting place. Zhang Okyun hugged her arms and felt goosebumps all over her body. She quickly followed the passage and continued to walk inside. Oh, so there's a biological power station. No wonder the electricity here can last for so long. Huang Samba pointed at the glass window in the passage. Through it, they could see a spacious room inside. There was a huge glass tank with a few electric eels inside. In the glass tank, there was a special electric energy conversion device that could convert the electric energy emitted by the electric eel and store it in several super large batteries next to it. These electric eels seem to be dire beasts, but they can't break open the glass tank, nor can they escape. They've become tools for generating electricity. How pitiful. Wan Xiu sympathized with them. Let's go deeper. Wu Ming walked in front while Huang Samba brought up the rear. At this time, there were many photos hanging on the corridor. In one of the photos, one could see a group photo of the E-rank ape warrior and the person in charge, Li Daliang. Behind the two of them were many researchers with smiles on their faces. Unfortunately, this kind of relaxed and joyful time is gone forever. The entire laboratory was destroyed by the out-of-control E-class ape warrior. Wu Ming sighed. This laboratory had been abandoned for at least half a year. That mysterious E-rank ape warrior must have run off to who knows where. Whether or not he was still alive was a question. There were no recent footprints on the ground of the laboratory, which meant that no one had come here for a long time. Finally, the members of the combat team reached the end of the corridor. They pushed open the door and walked out from a dark cave, returning to the Heavenly Abyss Canyon. Looking back at the entrance of the cave that was hidden by vines, Wu Ming took out a map and marked it. Time is limited. This time, we'll focus on finding herbs. We'll leave this laboratory for later exploration. Soon, the combat team adjusted their state of mind and continued to walk in the canyon, picking herbs they encountered on the way. A few 100 kilometers away, at a construction site. Li Yuan, you're in a good state of mind today. It's only been half an hour and you've already moved all these construction materials. Here, 300 pet coins for you. A contractor wearing a safety helmet took out 3 crumpled $100 bills and handed them over. In front of him stood a burly man wearing long sleeves, trousers, and gloves. His long hair was messy, as if it hadn't been washed for months. His face was covered with a beard that looked like steel needles. Occasionally, there would be a look of reminiscence in his eyes. This man was called Li Yuan. He wandered from one construction site to another, picking the hardest and most tiring jobs to do. Because of this, he was appreciated by many contractors who were willing to give him cash and hire him to work. A few hundred kilograms of construction materials would require 4 people to carry them together, but Li Yuan could do it all by himself. Over time, Li Yuan gained the nickname of construction site macho. However, Li Yuan rarely spoke and almost never communicated with others. His personality was eccentric and eccentric. "Thanks." Li Yuan took the money and spoke in a hoarse and deep voice. He walked with steady steps to the dilapidated street a few kilometers away and squeezed into his old home. He took off his clothes, revealing his ape-like body. The hair on his body had been shaved off. Li Yuan opened a drawer that was almost moldy and took out an old photo. Looking at the group photo on the photo, a surge of complicated emotions gradually emerged in his eyes. Heavenly Abyss Canyon. Wu Ming was hunting a crocodile-like F-class dire beast. He pounced forward and grabbed the tail of the dire beast with both hands. However, he was thrown away by a death roll and slammed heavily into the wall. Even the stone cracked. F***CK, it hurts. Even if the dark gold armor had the effect of reducing shock, the impact just now still made Wu Ming's chest hurt a little. He didn't know that the E-class ape warrior that he had been thinking about was hiding in a city a few hundred kilometers away, carrying bricks in a construction site with difficult conditions. "Brother Wu, are you okay?" Wan Siyu rushed over and helped Wu Ming up. "I'm fine. It just hurts a little. However, now I know the anti-shock effect of the dark gold armor. Basically, as long as I don't encounter an E-class dire beast head-on, I won't be hurt by the shock. At most, it will hurt a little." Wu Ming twisted his waist and stared at the F-class giant crocodile that was pouncing toward him with its mouth wide open. He ordered, "Little Tyrant, kill it! Woof, woof, woof!" Little Tyrant transformed into a 3-headed hellhound and pounced on the giant crocodile. It used its 2 powerful front paws to press down on the giant crocodile. It pried open its mouth and shot 6 beams of light into its mouth. Poof! The giant crocodile didn't have an F-class defense. It couldn't withstand the attack at all. In less than a second, the giant crocodile was burned through. It fell to the ground and died on the spot after struggling for a while. The combat ability of pets is really strong. It's not something that ordinary people like us can compare with. Even with the dark gold armor, it can only increase the ability to protect itself. Wu Ming exclaimed. He was the first one to rush forward just now because he wanted to test the combat ability of the dark gold armor. In the end, he was flung away by the F-class giant crocodile. If it were anyone else, they would have vomited blood and died from that blow. Wu Ming, on the other hand, only felt a little pain in his chest. Chapter 127. 10 minutes later, Huang Samba removed the inner core of the F-class giant crocodile and collected the useful materials from its body. "We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's move on." Wu Ming pointed at the small primitive forest in the distance. "Later, we'll bypass the red dragon's nest and explore deeper into the canyon. Only there will be enough herbs." The terrain on the other side of the canyon was complicated and not suitable for driving. Otherwise, Wu Ming wouldn't have to park the car so far away and walk there. "Brother Wu, we're still going to the primitive forest?" Huang Samba swallowed his saliva, still having a lingering fear from the previous encounter. Red Dragon's nest. The others were full of doubts. Wu Ming pointed at the primitive forest that divided the Heavenly Abyss Canyon into 2 parts and explained, "There's a red dragon's nest in the forest, and a red dragon lives there." "Oh right, it's a female, and there's also a male black dragon nearby." "What's the level of the beast?" Zhang Okyun asked. "They're all E-class. The red dragon has an E-class fire talent, and the black dragon has an E-class ice talent. Their defense has reached E-class. With our current attack methods, it's basically impossible to break through their defense." After saying that, Wu Ming's face became a little serious. "However, we're just going to bypass the primitive forest and follow the edge of the area. As long as we don't deliberately shout, the red dragon won't discover us." Wu Ming added, The members of the combat team listened and agreed. Even if it's an E-class beast, it's difficult to monitor the entire primitive forest. Let's go. We'll go from the right. Wu Ming and Huang Samba took the lead. The beauties were in the middle. Mighty Bear carried an oversized backpack and followed at the back. It used its paws to cover the footprints of everyone in front. Even if someone tracked them, they wouldn't be able to determine how many people there were in this team. 10 minutes later, the combat team successfully entered the primitive forest. The ancient trees here towered into the sky with lush foliage. Once they entered, the light immediately dimmed. Try not to make any noise. Safety first, Wu Ming reminded in a low voice. The team members continued to move forward. Roar! But at this moment, the red dragon's angry roar came from afar. Soon after, there were the screams of many ferocious beasts, the cold orders of some people, and the sound of trees collapsing. Soon, the red dragon began to scream. Someone is hunting the red dragon? Huang Samba guessed. Wu Ming was very cautious. He did not dare to rashly enter the center of this small primitive forest. Brother Wu, should we go and take a look? Mu Wanyan asked in a low voice. Curiosity kills the cat. Wu Ming shook his head. A team that dared to hunt an E-grade red dragon would have at least 2 or 3 E-grade beast tamers. With their current strength, it was basically impossible for them to deal with such a team. Even if the ghost cat had reached the E rank, it still couldn't defeat several E rank pets at the same time. Roar! Another sharp cry came from the sky. This voice was extremely similar to the black dragon. Go up the tree and take a look. Wu Ming controlled the dark gold armor and extended his arms into 2 claws. He climbed up a redwood tree. The others did not hesitate. They quickly climbed to the top of a tree that was dozens of meters high. Using the cover of the trees, they peeked at the center of the primitive forest. In the sky, a black pterosaur with a wingspan of dozens of meters was flying over quickly. Its body was covered in ice. Everywhere it passed, the temperature dropped. The black dragon flapped its huge wings, stirring up a cold gust of wind that blew at the towering ancient trees below. Wu Ming and the other members of the combat team tied themselves to the tree with the dark gold armor so that they would not fall. Roar! The black dragon suddenly swooped down and landed in the center of the primitive forest to help the red dragon surround the mysterious hunting team. Due to the cover, Wu Ming could not see what was going on. He could only hear the screams of people and pets. Damn, this battle is really intense. Huang Samba clutched the tree trunk tightly. His face was pale. A battle of this level was not as intense as a C-rank dragon elephant or a C-rank 1,000-year eagle, but it was still horrifying. Brother Wu, should we keep waiting? Wan Siyu was worried that they would be affected. Don't panic. We are at least 2 kilometers away from the center of the battle. The E-rank beasts can't fight that far. They won't come all the way here. Well, they are coming. Run. Wu Ming felt that he had jinxed it. Before he could finish his sentence, the battle on the ground had begun to spread. Many trees were knocked down, and the battle was coming their way. If they didn't run, the 2 sides would run into each other in another 10 minutes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The members of the combat team quickly climbed up the trees and hid in the distance. They found a cliff and began to climb up. Shriek! From the primitive forest came another pet scream and cracking sound. It seemed that the pet had been frozen and then stepped on. Attack them! Someone was shouting at the top of his lungs. Wu Ming and the others climbed higher and higher. Finally, they reached the top of the cliff. Looking down, they finally saw the battle on the ground. The red dragon's wings had been pierced through by several spears, and it was pinned to the ground. Its chest had been cut open by a sharp blade. Blood flowed everywhere. It was dying. The black dragon was limping as it chased after several huge pets. It kept spitting out ice, freezing the redwood trees along the way. E-rank manic steel spider, E-rank white skeleton, and E-rank blade mantis. There are 3 E-rank pets. No wonder they dared to team up to hunt the red dragon. Wu Ming used his eye of insight to see the information of the 3 pets that were running away. Whoosh! In the air, more than a dozen beast tamers wearing special combat suits and jetpacks flew dozens of meters in the air to avoid being involved in the battle. What advanced combat suits? This is not a hunting team from Garan Castle. They are from another city. Mu Wanyan made a judgment at once. She knew a lot about the combat suits, pets, beast tamers, and trainers of Garan Castle. When she was in the Pet Academy, there was a course called the History of the Pets of Garan Castle. She had some relevant records. If they are from another city, then we have to be careful, Wu Ming said without thinking. Yes, we should be careful. Mu Wanyan nodded. Small-scale fights broke out between different cities all the time. People had to be vigilant. Zuma May pointed to the distance and reminded them, "Look, many pets have died in the middle of the forest." The others looked over. Indeed, many huge pets had fallen to the ground where the ancient trees had fallen. Some had been cut open, some had been frozen to death, trampled to death, or burnt to a crisp. They had all died miserable deaths. There were more than a dozen beast tamers in this hunting team, but after this battle, only the 3 E-rank pets that are still running for their lives are left. What huge loss. Wu Ming sighed in a low voice. 10 pets had died, and all of them were at least of the F rank. They had lost at least 10 million pet coins. Chapter 128. Roar. The crimson dragon that was nailed to the ground by the spear eventually fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss. In the end, it fell into a pool of blood. No one knew if it was dead or alive. When the black dragon turned around and saw this scene, it was heartbroken. It turned around abruptly. Its huge eyes were filled with hatred. Reflected in them were the backs of the fleeing E-grade manic steel spider, E-grade white skeleton, and E-grade blade mantis. Roar! The black dragon suddenly flapped its wings and flew into the air. Hide! Don't let the black dragon find you. A beast tamer that was flying at a low altitude on the treetops immediately shouted. He quickly turned off the switch on his jetpack and fled into the bushes. The black dragon turned its eyes and stared at those beast tamers. It spat out ice from its mouth. Several beast tamers were frozen by the ice and fell straight to the ground, dying on the spot. The E-grade manic steel spider, E-grade white skeleton, and E-grade blade mantis that were running away suddenly turned around. They were very smart. They were running for their lives previously because they couldn't defeat the black dragon. However, more importantly, they were waiting for the black dragon to open its mouth to spit out ice. Only then would they reveal the weakness of its mouth. Whoosh! The E-grade white skeleton leaped and used both its hands to grab the black dragon's mouth, trying its best to open it. The E-grade manic steel spider used all its strength to push off the ground with its 8 furry legs. It jumped a few hundred meters and spat out a large amount of tough spider silk from its tail, entangling the black dragon's legs. Whoosh! The E-grade blade mantis leaped and extended its 2 sharp claws into the black dragon's mouth, slashing randomly. Roar! The black dragon let out a miserable cry and kept spitting out blood. Its skin's defense had reached E-grade. However, the flesh in its mouth was relatively tender. Even if it was strengthened, its defense was only at the level of F-grade. Boom! The black dragon fell to the ground, but it didn't die. Its legs were only entangled by the spider silk. Due to inertia, it fell down. However, its combat ability was still terrifying. Crack! The black dragon spat out ice, reducing the defensive ability of the E-grade blade mantis. Then, it bit down hard and directly broke the blade mantis. No! A beast tamer let out a heart-wrenching cry. That was a classy pet that he had spent 8 million pet coins to train. Now, it had died just like that. Even the 2 arms of the grady white skeleton that were holding the black dragon's jaws were frozen and bitten into pieces. The black dragon did not hesitate. Even though its legs were entangled, it still used all its strength to flap its wings and charge forward a few meters, biting the white skeleton. No! Another beast tamer yelled. However, how could Black Dragon spare them? With one bite, the E-rank pet skeleton was broken into 2 pieces and the pet died on the spot. Whoosh! The manic steel spider was not to be trifled with. Once again, the manic steel spider launched itself forward. Its 8 sharp spider legs, which were harder than super alloy steel, pierced down rapidly. The 2 spider legs blinded the black dragon's eyes. The 2 spider legs pierced through the black dragon's nostrils and stirred with all their might, causing it unbearable pain. The remaining spider legs pierced through the black dragon's mouth. Finally, the spider legs pierced through the black dragon's brain and ended its life. However, before its death, the black dragon breathed out its last breath of cold air. The manic steel spider was frozen solid. 4 of its legs were broken by the cold. In the end, only 4 of its 8 legs were left. Finally, we killed the black dragon. A beast tamer, standing on a tree, heaved a sigh of relief. It's all your fault. You didn't find out about the situation beforehand. You didn't even know that there was such a powerful black dragon here. Because of you, we lost 2 Class E senior pets and 10 Class F elite pets. Another beast tamer cursed loudly. The beast tamer who was controlling the manic steel spider said in a deep voice, "How would I know that there was an even more powerful black dragon here apart from the red dragon?" Okay. Stop talking. We lost so many people this time. But as long as we get the jade dragon incense of the red dragon and bring these 2 dragons back, we will definitely make a fortune. Another Class E beast tamer tried to persuade them. On the cliff, Wu Ming's team of 6 stood where they were, watching the whole process from afar. "Brother Wu, should we leave now?" Huang Samba asked in a low voice. "We have been discovered. We can't leave." Wu Ming shook his head and pointed to the sky where a colorful parrot was hovering. This was an average pet, not even a Class F pet, but it could be used for reconnaissance and tip-offs. "Someone is spying on us. Someone is spying on us." The colorful parrot hovered in the sky and spoke in human language. Its voice was loud, reminding the members of this strange hunting team. Who is it? All the surviving members of this hunting team gathered together with the help of their jetpacks. They relied on the manic steel spider, the only remaining Class E pet left, to protect themselves. Zumame looked at the ferocious-looking manic steel spider and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. "Brother Wu, what should we do?" Although she had gone through the battle at the Garan Castle, she was still scared. She had to hunt a few more times before she could get used to it. "We don't know the identity of the intruder. Prepare for the worst and deal with any sudden danger," Wu Ming said in a low voice. Dong, dong, dong. The classy manic steel spider only had 4 legs left, but it could still move normally. It was just that its body was covered in ice shards, making it a little slippery. The 7 surviving Beastmasters landed on its back and lowered their bodies slightly, grabbing onto its extremely tough fur and stabilizing themselves. Then, the 4 legs of the manic steel spider were like spears, piercing into the cliff wall. It brought the 7 surviving beast tamers up to the cliff and looked at Wu Ming's team from dozens of meters away. "Who are you?" The leading Class E beast tamer took off his helmet, revealing his face. He was an old man with short white hair. There were a few scars on his face, and he had a face full of vicissitudes and dignity. "Who we are shouldn't be important, right?" Wu Ming said with a smile. "Of course it's important. We came up this time because we want to make friends with you." The white-haired old man sized up Wu Ming's battle team with a face full of smiles. Those who didn't know better would think that he had come with sincerity. "Captain, I used the eye-wave device to do a preliminary scan. There are no Class E pets. All of them are Class F pets. However, the pets of this battle team are not simple. Conservatively speaking, all of them are at the elite level." At this moment, a slightly younger voice rang out in the white-haired old man's earpiece. "All of them are at the elite level? This unfamiliar team is not simple either. No wonder they dared to watch the show from the sidelines. However, there are no Class E pets. Then let's do it." The white-haired old man suddenly put on his battle helmet and ordered sternly. The classy manic steel spider immediately spat out spider silk. It was like a large web, instantly trapping Wu Ming's team on the spot. Gaga. Xiaolong was further away and wasn't caught by the spider web. It hurriedly flapped its wings and hid in the air, out of the spider web's range. It was temporarily safe. "You guys are bad people." Wansi was very angry. She was entangled by the spider web. She wanted to break free, but found that the spider web was even tougher than steel wire. It couldn't be cut open even with a knife. So, it's a little girl. No wonder you're so innocent. Didn't your teacher remind you that other than being careful of dangerous beasts in the wild, you also have to be careful of unfamiliar beast tamers? The white-haired old man took off his battle helmet and said with a smile. Chapter 129. The other 6 people also took off their combat helmets, revealing their faces. They were 3 young men, 1 young woman, and 2 middle-aged men. This hunting team was obviously led by the white-haired old man. A young man wearing a monocle was very curious and asked casually, "Boss, the combat uniforms of this group of people look like armor. Was it recently developed?" The monocle he was wearing was very strange. It was a special material that could emit special electromagnetic waves. Through this monocle, one could see the special energy waves on pets and ferocious beasts. Then, based on the energy waves, one could roughly judge their level. This monocle was also called an eye wave meter. The white-haired old man sized up the dark gold armor on Wu Ming and the other 6 people. He walked over, took out a super alloy dagger, and stabbed at Huang Samba's lower abdomen. "How dare you?" Wu Ming and the others shouted. "What can you do to me?" The white-haired old man sneered and stabbed harder. Clang! However, the super alloy dagger bounced off the dark gold armor and did not leave a mark. "Damn you, old man. How dare you attack us? Be careful that we don't throw you off the cliff when we get out of here." Huang Samba cursed. If he wasn't wearing the dark gold armor, he would have definitely been stabbed to death by that stab. This white-haired old man was simply vicious. Clang, clang, clang. The white-haired old man stabbed a few more times, but found that he could not break the defense of the dark gold armor. His eyes were full of greed. What a powerful armor! The other members of the hunting team surrounded them. They all took out their knives and slashed at Wu Ming and the others. However, they found that the defense of the dark gold armor was really abnormal. Regardless of whether it was the super alloy dagger, axe, or machete, they could not cut off a piece of the dark gold armor skin. Even the E-grade manic steel spider was interested. It stretched out 2 long, sharp, spear-like legs, wanting to penetrate Huang Samba and Wu Ming, who were the closest to it. However, because of its huge size, it only had 4 legs left. After subconsciously lifting the front 2 legs, it immediately lost its balance and fell to the ground. What happened? The huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of the white-haired old man and the others. They immediately turned around and saw that the E-grade manic steel spider had fallen to the ground because it had lost its balance. It was not a big deal. At this moment, Wu Ming was looking at a certain place. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! A dark shadow swept across the ground, parting the grass on the ground. The grady manic steel spider immediately became alert and turned its head to look. There was nothing in front of it, but it felt a gust of wind blowing on its face. Then there was intense pain. The grady manic steel spider immediately realized that it was being attacked. It immediately spat out spider silk in the direction of the strong airflow. However, it did not notice that a completely transparent figure had already arrived above its head. Poochie. The ghost cat used its sharp claws to dig into the level manic steel spider's bones and dug into its brain, stirring it up crazily. Roar! The E-grade manic steel spider let out a miserable cry, struggling on the spot. Its 4 spear-like legs swung about randomly, stabbing a few beastmasters of the hunting team to death on the spot. Get down! The white-haired old man immediately turned around and fled. However, at this moment, Xiaolong, who had been observing from the sky, swooped down. It used its sharp claws to grab the white-haired old man's shoulder, bringing him up into the air before slamming him down forcefully, breaking his spine and paralyzing him on the spot. The remaining beastmasters immediately opened their jetpacks and flew away one after another. However, one of them was unlucky and was accidentally injured by the dying level manic steel spider. His jetpack exploded, and he was instantly engulfed in flames. He couldn't be more dead. Just as the remaining two beastmasters flew into the air, Xiao Long pounced on them like a sharp sword, grabbing their jetpacks and smashing them to the ground. They were also paralyzed on the spot. Well done. Wan Xiyu waved her hands excitedly. At this moment, the level E-manic steel spider was finally dead, no longer struggling. Brother Wu, who killed the level E-manic steel spider? Mu Wanyin asked Wu Ming curiously. You'll find out in a bit. Wu Ming didn't tell them directly. Immediately after, the few of them looked at the level E-manic steel spider and discovered that a small figure covered in white juice walked out from the hole in its skull. Its appearance was similar to a cat, but its body was transparent. If it hadn't burrowed into the level E-manic steel spider's skull and messed around, its body wouldn't have been covered in white juice, revealing the outline of its body. My first pet, an experienced level E ghost cat. Wu Ming formally introduced his pet to everyone present. After that, the ghost cat removed its invisibility state. Its body was also covered in a layer of dark gold armor. With graceful steps, it walked to the side of Wu Ming and the others. Whoosh! Its sharp claws flashed, and the spider silk was cut apart. Woof, woof, woof. After it was free, the little tyrant immediately wagged its tail and ran circles around the ghost cat, as if it was its big brother. The white-haired old man fell to the ground, looking at the ghost cat that was cleaning its body. His eyes were full of regret. An experienced level E pet, and it can even go invisible. We miscalculated. If he had known that Wu Ming's group had a hidden level E pet, he wouldn't have taken the risk. Looking at the eye wave meter that had fallen to the ground, the white-haired old man was depressed. Why didn't the eye wave meter detect the ghost cat's fluctuations? The white-haired old man didn't know that Wu Ming had already seen through their intentions, which was why he had the ghost cat perfectly conceal itself. It just so happened that the eye wave meter didn't detect it, because it was hiding behind a huge rock. So, this is Brother Wu's first pet, and it's level E. No wonder it's so powerful. Huang Samba sized up the ghost cat. This was the first time he saw the appearance of this pet, and he felt that it was very different from what he had expected. Who would have thought that a black cat could be so terrifying? At this moment, whether it was Wu Ming, Huang Samba, or the other pets, all of them had broken free and surrounded the white-haired old man and his two companions. Where did you come from? Wu Ming interrogated. The white-haired old man laughed bitterly and said, The winner takes all. Is there any meaning in asking this? Wu Ming nodded. Indeed, there's no meaning. Then go. Wu Ming clapped his hands, and little tyrant immediately rushed up and burned the white-haired old man and the other beast tamers to ashes. Brother Wu, are you going to kill them just like that? Wan Xiyu's pretty face was full of worry and confusion. What else? Wu Ming shrugged. These people should be a specialized hunting team. Whether it's humans or beasts, they're all their prey. Besides, didn't you experience what they did to us just now? Such people can't be left alive. Wan Xiyu thought about it and agreed. No matter where these people came from, what they did just now was enough to kill them 10 times over. It was just as Wu Ming said. Such people couldn't be left alive. Chapter 130. Wan Xiyu understood. She stopped talking and gradually calmed down. Huang Samba's eyes glowed as he looked around. Brother Wu, I think we've hit the jackpot. The others held their breaths as they looked at the 3 E-rank pets, 2 E-rank beasts, and a large number of F-rank pet corpses on the ground. Even if they sold those corpses as scrap, they could still make a fortune. Brother Wu, we've really hit the jackpot. Wan Xiyu had also realized this. She covered her red lips in excitement. This is so exciting. Zhang Okiyun slapped her thigh, grinning from ear to ear. Mu Wanyin and Zuma Mei looked at each other and grinned. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. Only then did he realize that there were so many corpses of pets and beasts on the ground. If he sold those corpses, the beast cores, leather armor, bones, and claws could all be sold at a high price. With so many pets and beasts, even if they were dead, they could be sold for millions or even tens of millions. Of course, Wu Ming didn't plan to sell those corpses just like that. That was because he had to convert all the evolution points from those pets and beasts. Brother Wu, should we clean up those corpses now? Huang Samba asked at once. There are too many corpses. How should we deal with them? Wu Ming asked. The red dragon, the black dragon, and the E-rank violent steel spider were all huge beasts. It would take a lot of time to deal with those corpses. That way, they wouldn't have much time left to find the materials. Brother Wu, how about we ask Yin for help? Wan Xiyu voiced her idea. Wu Ming didn't expect that. Zhang Okyun crossed her arms. What? You don't have the guts to ask me for help? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. He remembered that Zhang Okyun was not only a B-list actress, but also the boss of a company and owned many armored trucks. If they hired a convoy, they could transport all the corpses back to Garan Castle. Miss Zhang, why don't you ask your team to come over? In order to save trouble, Wu Ming chose to ask for help. What's in it for me? Zhang Okyun snorted proudly. Ha! Wu Ming slapped Zhang Okyun's butt and said, We're all on the same team. What other rewards do you want? When we go back, you'll definitely get a share. Ro! Zhang Okyun pursed her lips. She immediately took out an enhanced phone that resembled a satellite phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Min Min? Yes, we have a great harvest. Hurry up and send the convoy to me. It's at Deep Heaven Canyon. Oh, right. Bring more firearms and be careful. Zhang Okyun hung up the phone and gave Wu Ming a smug look. Humph. With me here, everything will be smooth sailing. With that said, Zhang Okyun put her hands on her hips and laughed. Wu Ming rolled his eyes. Zhang Okyun was easily carried away. All right, let's first sort out the corpses of the pets and ferocious beasts, and then move them up the cliff. Wu Ming began to plan the next step of the plan. Okay. The others were in high spirits and began to climb down the cliff. Wu Ming stayed behind. He first dug out the Class E manic steel spider's inner core. It was black and the size of a fist. It was heavy like a lead ball. Then, he used the conversion ability. I got 353 evolution points. I've earned a lot. Half a minute later, Wu Ming took back his hand. He had converted so many evolution points from the Class E manic steel spider's body. He was in a good mood. Then, he returned to the bottom of the cliff. Following the traces of battle on the ground, the battle team cleaned up the battlefield as they walked. They found many unranked ferocious beasts that had died from the aftermath of the battle. These ferocious beasts could be sold for at least a few hundred pet coins. Every time Wu Ming saw a dead ferocious beast, he would touch it to convert the evolution points inside. For him, he could do without herbs, but he must have evolution points. Most herbs could be bought with pet coins. However, evolution points were different. They were not something that could be obtained with money. Wu Ming cleaned up along the way and saw the black dragon on the ground. Its death was too horrible to look at. The black dragon opened its mouth, and its eyes were filled with unwillingness. The Class E white skeletons and the Class E blade mantises were also in a miserable state. They were basically broken into several parts, and some were even shattered into pieces. There were many ice shards on the ground. These were ice shards formed by the black dragon's cold breath that froze the water vapor in the air. Many insects and birds were frozen to death and fell to the ground. However, Wu Ming did not feel cold. Brother Wu, the dark gold armor's insulation is really good. I don't feel cold at all. Huang Samba stood on a piece of ice shards and jumped a few times. It's okay. Wu Ming nodded. He reached out to touch the black dragon and converted 270 evolution points. They were not as good as the Class E manic steel spider. As for the Class E white skeletons and the Class E blade mantises, they received 310 and 370 evolution points respectively. Generally speaking, pets that were trained by humans had more talents than wild ferocious beasts. They also had more evolution points. Not long after, the battle team members arrived at the starting point of the battle. They saw the lifeless red dragon that was nailed to the ground by several spears. The red dragon had a big belly and died in a miserable state. The red dragon is pregnant, Mu Wanyin said, her tone full of surprise. When we came last time, the red dragon and the black dragon were doing that kind of thing. So, it's normal to be pregnant. I just didn't expect that it would be so big in such a short time. Wu Ming said. Mu Wanyan laughed and said, Brother Wu, you might not know, but the pregnancy cycle of the ferocious beasts is very short. Also, I don't know what happened, but in the past few months, I noticed that the speed of the ferocious beast's reproduction is getting faster and faster. Oh, you noticed it too? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. He had heard this news from Elder Su. He just didn't expect that Mu Wanyan, who had just graduated from the Pet Academy, would have such strong observation skills. She also noticed this point. This should be because the ferocious beasts are evolving. Mu Wanyan analyzed. The living conditions of the ferocious beasts are harsh. If the pregnancy cycle is too long, it will be dangerous. Therefore, the pregnancy cycle must be getting shorter and shorter. That should be it. Hey, the red dragon is moving. Wu Ming nodded. He was about to approach the red dragon when it blinked. The red dragon should be dead. How can it move? The others found it hard to believe. Roar. At this moment, the red dragon let out a low roar. It was filled with unwillingness and sorrow. Roar. The red dragon began to roar. Its belly was wriggling as if it was about to give birth. The red dragon is using its last bit of strength to give birth to the baby. Mu Wanyan was stunned. Soon, under everyone's astonished gazes, the red dragon gave birth to a white egg that was 1 meter tall. Woo! After that, the red dragon breathed its last. Its eyes were wide open, and a drop of tear slid down from the corner of its eye. Drip! The tear fell to the ground, making a faint sound. It was like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of Wu Ming and the others. Chapter 131. A mother's love is great. Wu Ming's group of 6 had this thought at the same time. The red dragon had already lost its consciousness, but it still used its last breath to give birth to the dragon egg. This was the crystallization of the dragon and the black dragon. It was the continuation of its race. It was the symbol of unyielding spirit. Even if it died, it still gave birth to the dragon egg and completed its last mission in this world. Poor red dragon. Mu Wanyan softly sighed. Huang Samba hugged Zuma Mei and patted her shoulder, not letting her be too sad. Wan Siyu softly sobbed. Even a normally carefree Zhang Okeyun was silent at this time. She could understand the greatness of the red dragon. Wu Ming walked to the side of the dragon egg. His face was serious. This was the offspring of the red dragon. It represented the continuation of the red dragon and the black dragon. He really wanted to hatch the dragon egg and fulfill the red dragon's wish. Open inside eyes, Wu Ming stared at the dragon egg. A long string of information immediately appeared. Category: Dragon Egg Potential, Mark, the crystallization of the red dragon and the black dragon. It has an innate ability of ice and fire. It can be hatched, D-rank potential. Wu Ming's eyes lit up. Brother Wu, can this dragon egg still be saved? Huang Samba sized up the dragon egg and noticed that it was a bit cloudy. Logically speaking, the dragon egg should be sparkling and translucent. That's why he was worried that this dragon egg would not be able to hatch a baby dragon because it was too rushed. It should be fine. I'll try hatching it now. Wu Ming loosened his armor and cut open his palm, dripping a large amount of blood onto the dragon egg. However, this was not enough to hatch the dragon egg. Use evolution points. Wu Ming ordered the system. After today's battle, not counting the evolution point from the red dragon, he had already obtained 2,000 evolution points. The current him could be considered to have reached the peak. That's why Wu Ming was not afraid of using up points. 100 evolution points were absorbed into the dragon egg through Wu Ming's blood in the form of a special energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dragon egg began to glow. Look, there seems to be a storm forming inside the dragon egg. Huang Samba pointed at the dragon egg, his voice containing surprise. It's true. The others looked at the dragon egg and found that there seemed to be a whirlwind gathering inside. Accompanied by the flickering light, a dragon-shaped shadow gradually took shape. It had 2 dragon heads and a pair of wings on its back. Its lower limbs were thick and strong. In addition to its wings, its upper body also had two fleshy little hands. However, because of the eggshell, it was not very clear. Gotcha! The surface of the dragon egg began to crack. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the little life that was about to hatch from the dragon egg. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant circled around the dragon egg, looking very excited. Meow. The ghost cat jumped onto the red dragon's body and looked down at the eggshell that was constantly shattering. Oh, whoa. 1 minute later, most of the eggshell had cracked and collapsed, revealing the baby dragon's true appearance. Its body was covered in a viscous nutrient fluid. There was no fur, only smooth and hard shield-shaped scales. The surface of the scales was covered with red and black lines. The baby dragon had 2 heads. Its neck was not very long, and its body was perfectly proportioned. On the foreheads of both heads, there was a 3-centimeter long dragon horn. One red horn and the other black horn. Oh, whoa. The baby dragon opened its big clear eyes, opened its mouth, and breathed out flames and cold air. The baby dragon has inherited the natural abilities of both the red dragon and the black dragon. It has become a 2-headed ice and fire dragon. Mu Wanyan was surprised. Brother Wu, do you know what the baby dragon's potential is? It's a potential D-rank 2-headed ice and fire dragon, Wu Ming said. D-rank potential? Wow, that's amazing. The members of the combat team cheered. A potential D-rank 2-headed ice and fire dragon would become a D-rank pet when it reached adulthood, with ferocious combat abilities. If it could be professionally trained by Wu Ming, its strength would be even more outstanding. It would become a good fighter. Oh, whoa. The baby dragon seemed to be tired. It cried in a low voice and began to lick the nutrient fluid on its body. Then, it bit the eggshell and ate it. Its body had obviously become stronger. Its wingspan was 3 meters long. As for its height, it was only 5 meters for the time being. The baby dragon looked at a boulder in front of it. First, it breathed out flames and then cold air. The rapid thermal expansion and contraction caused the boulder to explode. Oh, whoa. The baby dragon turned around and looked at Wu Ming. It blinked as if it were showing off its skills and seeking praise. Well done. Wu Ming patted the baby dragon's head. The baby dragon closed its eyes in enjoyment and let out a low growl. At the same time, Wu Ming took the opportunity to activate his Eye of Insight. Species: Ice and Fire 2-headed dragon, infant. Rank: F-rank pet, elite. Potential: D-rank talents, D-rank ice and fire, D-rank defense, E-rank speed, E-rank diamond claws. Remarks: since the ice and fire 2-headed dragon is still in its infant stage, its 4 talents are at the F rank for the time being. Among them, the effects of the ice and fire talents are doubled due to the interaction between them. Wu Ming was delighted after reading the information about the ice and fire 2-headed dragon. Even though it had just been born, if it were to be heated up with flames and then cooled down rapidly with cold air, relying on rapid thermal expansion and contraction, the combined effect would be too much for an E-class dire beast to bear. This meant that the baby dragon could challenge the weaker E-rank beasts at such a young age. This is the benefit of having a high potential. Wu Ming laughed. I just checked. Baby dragon has 4 innate talents, 2 of which are D-rank and 2 of which are E-rank. Wu Ming quickly explained. Everyone was still wondering why Wu Ming laughed, but when they heard this, they understood. 4 talents. That's amazing. Even Zhang Okyun was jealous. She clenched her fists. If I had known, I would have hatched it. Wu Ming smiled, but didn't say anything. The dragon egg was born prematurely, and there was no way to hatch it. If it weren't for the 100 evolution points he provided, the baby dragon wouldn't have been born so smoothly. Roar! At the moment, the baby dragon looked at the red dragon that was lying on the ground. It didn't know who the red dragon was, but somehow it felt sad. The baby dragon rubbed its head against the red dragon. You are a great mother. Wu Ming walked over and patted the baby dragon's head. From now on, you will follow me. I will make sure you grow up well and continue the bloodline of your family. The dragon baby's IQ wasn't low. It probably understood Wu Ming's meaning and nodded obediently. And from now on, I will call you Big Dragon. Wu Ming decided to use this name. It was a pet, and he could name it however he wanted. He could always change it later. Roar! Big Dragon leaned back as if it didn't like the name. But since it was given by Wu Ming, it could only accept it. Chapter 132. The successful incubation of Long DeBao was of great importance to Wu Ming. At the moment, he had 4 pets. The ghost cat was of Class E, Little Tyrant with potential of Class E, Night Vine with potential of Class C, and Long DeBao with potential of Class D. Those pets were all quite capable. They would be great helpers for him, and together, they would forge a bright future. 4 pets. We can make our debut as a team, Wu Ming joked. He looked at the others and said, let's get back to work. Move all the corpses up the cliff so that we can load them into the car. Okay, everyone got to work at once. The mighty bear was the strongest. It was responsible for dragging the largest red dragon, black dragon, Class E blade mantis, and Class E white skeleton to the cliff and piling them up first. As for the corpses of the beast tamers, they were all burned. The valuable items on them were taken away by Wu Ming and placed in a big box. I remember now. The team has a crane. Just move the corpses to the bottom of the cliff and then use the car to haul them up. Zhang Oqiyun remembered something and hurried to remind Su Ping. When Wu Ming heard this, he rolled his eyes and said, fortunately, you reminded me early. Otherwise, when we are all done moving, it will be fun. I was too careless. I forgot. Zhang Oqiyun stuck out her tongue. Previously, there were 5 Class E beasts fighting here. The aftermath of the battle was horrifying, scaring away the other beasts. Therefore, the cleaning of the battlefield went smoothly. 2 hours later, Wu Ming threw a stray dog weighing more than 10 kilograms into the pile of corpses. He counted the corpses and said, there are 95 unranked beasts in total. 10 Class F pets, 2 Class E pets, and 3 Class E pets. In total, there are at least 100 tons. We have earned a lot. Oh, my waist. Zhang Oqiyun twisted her slim waist and waved her arms to soothe her meridians. She had moved a lot of things in the past 2 hours. She was exhausted. Of course, the pets contributed the most. Even the ponies, Xiao Long, Little White Fox, and Little Tyrant, which were small in size, were strong. Take Little Tyrant, for example. Although it was just a cute little black puppy in its normal state, it could drag things that weighed a few tons with its mouth if it really wanted to. Of course, it was only dragging, not lifting. After they were done, Wu Ming led the members of the combat team back to the cliff and waited quietly. Boom! 10 minutes later, Zhang Oqiyun's team finally arrived near the cliff. Su Minmin changed into a set of black armor that she had just bought from the super affordable mall and got out of the leading car. This set of black armor on her body outlined the perfect and proud lines of her body, fully displaying the charm of a woman. Yin Yin, is this the big spider? Su Minmin glanced at the E-rank manic steel spider that was lying on the edge of the cliff. It's just one E-rank pet. We don't need the entire fleet. She pointed behind her. There were a total of 8 armored trucks, 2 cranes, 10 small escort vehicles, 3 light combat vehicles, and more than 80 bodyguards. This escort team was luxurious. Zhang Oqiyun pulled Su Minmin to the edge of the cliff and pointed at the piles of corpses. It seems that you don't believe me. Come, let me show you some treasure. This is all you got? Su Minmin looked at the huge red dragon and black dragon. Even though they were far away, she could still tell that they were huge. Their wingspans were dozens of meters long. 5 of the E rank, 10 of the F rank, and 95 of the unranked ones. Don't get it wrong. Wu Ming walked over and glanced at the fleet. Okay, let's get to work. Before nightfall, let's pack everything up and move it back. Okay. Su Minmin told her team to get to work at once. They first tied the corpses with steel ropes, then pulled them to the cliff. Then, they used cranes to lift the trucks and covered them with tarpaulins. In total, he had been busy for a few hours. At this time, the sky was already dark. Minmin, you guys go back first. Be careful on the road. Jang Ok-yun waved at Su Minmin in the car. Yin Yin, you're not going back to the city tonight? Su Minmin was very worried. We have 6 beast tamers here. There won't be a problem. But you guys, there are only 2 F-rank beast tamers in the fleet. Be careful on the road. Okay. Dozens of trucks started their engines at the same time and drove toward the Garan castle in the distance. After sending away the supplies, Wu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Brother Wu, what do we do next? Zumame looked at the night sky and realized that it was already quite late. Find a safe place to set up a tent and rest for the night. Tomorrow, we will start exploring the second half of the canyon. Wu Ming made the arrangements. Okay. The few of them quickly went down the canyon and arrived at the Red Dragon's nest. If one were to ask which place was the safest in the Tianyuan Canyon, this place would definitely be in the top 3. After the battle, half of the Red Dragon's nest had collapsed. Fortunately, the nest was big enough, and the remaining space was enough for Wu Ming and the others to stay. In the deepest part of the nest, Wu Ming found a broken stalactite with some jade dragon incense left on it. Another few $1 million. Wu Ming took out a knife and scraped off the last of the jade dragon incense. He carefully stored it in a super hard glass bottle. Wu Long DeBao lay beside Wu Ming and rubbed its head against his back intimately, letting out a few childish cries from time to time. The combat team members were hungry. They quickly set up their tents, lit up the charcoal, and began to barbecue. Because we are out on a mission, we didn't bring any alcohol this time. Let me replace the alcohol with water and toast to everyone. Wu Ming used the lid of a thermos cup to fill it with tea and used it as a wine glass. He clinked glasses with the others and drank it in one gulp. That night, there was no danger. Early the next morning, the 6-man combat team continued their journey. In less than 15 minutes, they crossed the primitive forest and entered the second half of the Heavenly Abyss Canyon. As an area that was rarely explored, there were many poisonous insects, snakes, and berserk beasts here. As soon as they entered, Wu Ming noticed a large number of mutated giant mosquitoes pouncing on them. Each of them was as big as a thumb. The black mass made one's hair stand on end. Wu Long DeBao rushed to the front. It opened its mouth and spat out cold air. All the poisonous insects and snakes were frozen to death. AoE damage is awesome, Huang Samba praised. After saying that, he looked at the mighty bear beside him. Oh, the mighty bear roared. That aggrieved look seemed to say, I'm just a bear. It's normal that I don't have any AoE damage talent. Why are you looking at me? Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the sound of wild beasts running could be heard. Screech. Xiao Long, who was in midair, warned at the same time. Berserk beasts are approaching. Prepare for battle. Wu Ming immediately held a dark golden long sword and stood behind Little Tyrant and Long DeBao. Chapter 133. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures jumped out from the bushes. This was an F-class netherwolf. As soon as they appeared, they opened their mouths and let out ear-piercing cries that could distract people's attention. Then, they jumped up and waved their sharp claws, trying to split Wu Ming apart. Woof, 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 woof. Little Tyrant and Long DeBao breathed fire at the same time. While the 3 hell wolves were still in the air, they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Bang! They fell straight to the ground, emitting a burnt smell and a meaty smell. If they were sprinkled with cumin, they might be edible. You guys are cooperating well. Wu Ming smiled and patted Little Tyrant's head. Little Tyrant was so amused that it laid on the ground with its belly exposed. Long DeBao was jealous. It laid on the ground and begged Wu Ming to pat its belly. Ha! Wu Ming rubbed Little Tyrant's and Long DeBao's bellies with his left and right hands respectively, making them look like they were enjoying themselves. The ghost cat was standing on top of a rock. Its cold eyes carried a hint of disdain. Whoosh! Brother Wu, here you go. Huang Samba walked up and cut open the hell wolf with a dagger. He took out 3 beast cores and handed them to Wu Ming. Okay. Wu Ming took the beast cores and bent down, pretending to check if the hell wolves were dead. He took the opportunity to convert 35 evolution points and dozens of kilograms of material balls. Let's go. Let's go deeper. Wu Ming led the team with Huang Samba as his assistant. The others followed closely behind. The humans and pets weaved in and out of each other's positions, leaving no gaps for defense. In less than 10 minutes, the team arrived near a huge rock and found more than a dozen precious herbs that had lived for decades in the cracks. Hiss! A poisonous snake poked its head out from the cracks and flicked its tongue. With a flash, it shot out like a bolt of lightning and bit Little Tyrant's neck. Crack! Wu Ming could hear the crisp sound of something breaking. The venomous snake loosened its jaws, and 2 of its fangs fell to the ground. Little Tyrant was completely fine. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant pounced and bit the poisonous snake, killing it on the spot. Let's pick the herbs, Wu Ming said. All right, let me do it. Wan Xiu walked forward and extended the dark golden armor in her palm, turning it into a pair of pliers. She then pulled out the medicinal herbs from the crack. It's a frost snow orchid. This medicinal ingredient is very precious. It can be used as a raw material for E-class evolution food. Wan Xiu recognized the medicinal ingredient. Let's go deeper. The group did not hesitate and continued to walk deeper into the forest. There were many dangers along the way. That being said, not even an E-rank ferocious beast will be able to win against a team with 1 E-rank pet and 7 F-rank pets. Along the way, they were practically unstoppable. By noon, Huang Samba's backpack was already full. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, Brother Wu, we've picked at least 50 kilograms of medicinal herbs. We can sell them for a few million. Indeed, we've gained a lot this time. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Ming gave some words of encouragement. In the blink of an eye, it was nighttime. The team had finally reached the deepest part of the Heaven Abyss Canyon. There was a pond with a waterfall that was dozens of meters high. The water splashed against the surface of the pond, creating a deafening sound. There were many wild medicinal herbs growing around the pond. However, as Wu Ming and the others stepped into this area, many pink butterflies flapped their wings and rushed toward them. A large amount of butterfly powder fell to the ground as if it were snowing heavily. On the ground, Wu Ming saw many corpses with holes. Be careful. The butterfly powder is highly toxic and corrosive. Wu Ming immediately turned half of his dark golden armor into a hemispherical shield to protect everyone and their pets. The butterfly powder fell on the shield, but nothing happened. Wu Ming, are you worrying too much? Zhang Oqiyun noticed that it was quiet outside. She glared at Wu Ming. Wu Ming didn't answer her. Instead, he said to Long Debeo, use fire. Roar. Long Debeo opened its mouth, ready to breathe fire at any moment. Wu Ming opened a hole in the shield. A large amount of butterfly powder fell down. Long Debeo breathed fire at once to burn the powder. Then he stopped breathing fire. Whoosh. Right then, hundreds of butterflies rushed over through the hole in the shield. They could clearly see that the edges of the butterflies' wings were glinting like sharp blades. Clang, clang, clang. The army of butterflies flapped their wings and hacked at the dark golden armor, creating a clear sound of metal clashing. *T. Even butterflies are so terrifying. Zhang Oqiyun stepped back in fear. If it weren't for the armor, she believed that she would have been torn apart by the butterflies. This is the blade venomous butterfly, an unranked beast that lives in groups. The edges of its wings are as sharp as blades. The powder on the butterfly can react violently with blood, creating a strong corrosive effect. Wu Ming explained at once. That was the result of the insightful eye. No wonder the butterfly powder didn't react when it fell down. It can only be effective when it sees blood. Zhang Oqiyun was enlightened. Wu Ming reached out his hand and pinched a blade venomous butterfly. With a little bit of force, he crushed it and threw it on the ground. Besides, wherever the blade venomous butterfly is found, a plant called rainbow flower will grow. The fragrance of the rainbow flower can accelerate the growth and mutation of pets. Wu Ming added. When the others heard this, their faces were filled with surprise. If the rainbow flower really had such an effect, then even if they could only take one, they would have made a fortune. Little tyrant, long debeo, I'll leave the blade venomous butterflies to you. Wu Ming deactivated the shield. Splash! The tens of thousands of blade venomous butterflies swarmed over, trying to cut open wounds on Wu Ming and the others so that the butterfly powder could corrode their bodies. However, Little Tyrant and the dragon baby breathed fire at the same time. No matter how many blade venomous butterflies there were, they were burned through. Whoosh! In the end, only dozens of blade venomous butterflies were left. They flapped their wings and fled into the hidden forest. Only then could Wu Ming and the others take a closer look at the herbs around the pond. Famed flower, living bloodgrass, iron gall melon. Wow, this is a natural herb garden. Also, all the herbs are mature and can be picked at will. Wan Siyu, Mu Wanyin, and Zhang Okeiyun walked into the bushes. They took out their tools and began to collect the herbs. Wu Ming looked at a pit by the pond. There was a rose with thorns growing there. The rose was 30 centimeters tall and had 7 petals. Each petal had a different color. There were 7 colors in total. Wu Ming's eyes glowed. It's the rainbow flower. He hurriedly walked to the side of the rainbow flower and activated his eye of insight. Category: rainbow flower. Status: mature. Effect: the fragrance of the flower can accelerate the growth and mutation of pets. Wu Ming was sure that this was the precious rainbow flower that could accelerate the evolution and mutation of pets. He was overjoyed. Chapter 134. We've hit the jackpot. Wu Ming took out some tools at once and carefully dug out the entire rainbow flower along with the soil. He placed it in a pot. Is this the rainbow flower? The others heard the news and came over. The pets stood around, staring at the rainbow flower with their eyes wide open. They moved closer and sniffed at the flower. It's strange. Since the rainbow flower is so important, why is the blade venomous butterfly the only one guarding it? Any other E-class dire beast would have the ability to take the rainbow flower away, but it's able to live here peacefully. It's really strange. Zuma May raised this question. Wu Ming didn't say anything. He looked around. Finally, he saw a nest on the cliff nearby. The nest was built with many ancient trees. There were many traces of fire and ice around the nest. I know, the black dragon's nest is there. Wu Ming pointed to the wooden nest on the cliff. Because the black dragon is here, no one has taken a rainbow flower away. When the others heard this, they felt that it made sense. The black dragon was stronger than the red dragon. Even when facing 3 E-rank pets, the black dragon could kill 2 of them and wound the other one. Among E-rank beasts, the black dragon was one of the strongest. With the black dragon's protection, the rainbow flower was safe. Brother Wu, now that we have a rainbow flower and we have dug up the herbs, this mission should be considered a success, right? Huang Samba asked. Yes, almost. Wu Ming nodded. They had indeed gained a lot this time. First, they encountered the hunting team, the black dragon, and the red dragon, and emerged as the winner. Then, they broke into the black dragon's nest and found the rainbow flower, as well as the herbs around the pond. Adding all of these together, they could make a fortune of hundreds of millions. Everyone, hurry up. Take away all the mature herbs. I will check the surroundings again to see if there are any extra gains. Wu Ming gave some instructions and walked around the pond. Woof, 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 woof. Little Tyrant and Long DeBeo followed behind him eagerly. The ghost cat didn't follow them. Instead, it leaned against the cliff and observed the situation. It was more like a hunter than a bodyguard. TSK, why can Wu Ming wander around while I have to dig for herbs here? Zhang Okeiyun was not convinced. She stood up and placed her hands on her hips. Yin, Brother Wu probably has other ideas. Who knows, there might be new gains later. Wan Siyu said as she picked the herbs. Huang Samba and Zuma May leaned against each other as they worked. From time to time, they would play around like a couple who had just fallen in love. Mu Wanyin did not say a word. Her picking speed was very fast. As an outstanding graduate of the Pet Academy, she had gone through special training. She was excellent in all aspects. There are medicinal herbs here. Wu Ming inserted a wooden stick into the ground and tied it with a bright red cloth as a mark. Look, we really did get something. Wan Siyu snickered. TSK. It's just finding things. I can do it as well. Zhang Oqiyun said this, but she still squatted on the ground and continued to pick herbs. In less than half an hour, Wu Ming found more than a dozen new gathering spots for herbs. They were all within 100 meters of the pool. At this moment, he walked to the bottom of the cliff. He looked up and saw a huge nest built with many tree trunks. It was as big as a building. Debeo, can you take me up? Wu Ming turned to Long Debeo. Roar. Long Debeo nodded and flapped its wings. A gust of wind was stirred up, and it really flew up. Wu Ming grabbed Little Tyrant's nape with one hand and Long Debeo's leg with the other. They flew into the Black Dragon's nest. The Black Dragon knows how to enjoy life. There were gems of various colors in the nest. There were rainbow-colored, silver-white, dark gold, red, blue, purple. Well, there was no green. Even the Black Dragon knows that green is not suitable for its side, much less its head. Wu Ming rubbed his chin. These gems had absorbed the Black Dragon's aura over the years and had become somewhat different. He could bring them back and make Little Tyrant's or Long Debeo's dragon nest. He could also make cat litter for the ghost cat. Wu Ming thought about the uses of these gems. He continued to search and found that there were many herbs that were affected by the Black Dragon's aura growing on the walls near the nest. They were quite valuable. Wu Ming did not hesitate and picked them all. In the end, he and Long Debeo flew back and forth for more than 10 times and finally cleared out all the gems that weighed over 1,000 pounds. Damn, I want to make a bracelet with these. Zhang Oqiyun excitedly rushed over and stood on top of the pile of gems. She held a rainbow-colored gem the size of a fist. Take whatever you want. Wu Ming was very generous. These gems did not have many uses. If they were sold, the total price would not even be 5 million. It was just that they looked nice. At this moment, Wan Siyu pointed to the package on the ground and reported, Brother Wu, all the herbs have been picked. Wu Ming noticed that all the herbs were sealed in bags and piled up in a pile that weighed a few hundred pounds. The harvest this time is enough for me to make a lot of E-rank and even D-rank evolutionary food. Wu Ming's lips curled up. They packed up all the gems and herbs and handed them to the mighty bear. The mighty bear was strong and could carry 10 tons of weight. The gems and herbs added together were less than 1 ton. For the mighty bear, this was a piece of cake. Wu Ming did not waste any more time. He looked at the setting sun and set off with the team. The journey was smooth. Occasionally, they would run into some F-rank beasts. However, when they saw that there were so many F-rank pets in the team, they would run away with their tails between their legs. None of them dared to fight them head-on. An hour later, everyone went back to the bulletproof truck. Sitting in their seats, they were exhausted. They just wanted to lie down quietly and do nothing. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that the driver, Zuma Mei, started the car and drove into the seductive night. 11 o'clock at night. The bulletproof truck was parked on Nanwen Street. Wu Ming looked through the window and saw the armored trucks parked on both sides of the street. He also saw dozens of people guarding there. Put me down. Of course, Wu Ming also saw the 5 or 6 people who were hanging in the air by the night magic vines. They were all pale, and they were shouting feebly. More than a dozen bodyguards were standing in the distance, carefully delivering food and drinks to them with bamboo poles to make sure that they were not starving. *T, this idiot. Wu Ming covered his face with his hands. The night magic vines had tied up several bodyguards who had accidentally approached the pet store. They must have been hanging there for a day or two. Wu Ming, look at what the night magic vines have done. Zhang Oqiyun also saw the people hanging in the air. She was so angry that she was short of breath. The curves in front of her were moving up and down. It was quite a spectacular sight. Wu Ming spread his hands. The night magic vines did this. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Oqiyun snorted. Chapter 135. Wu Ming didn't hesitate. He got out of the car at once and ordered the dark magic vine to let them go. He also gave them some compensation. You idiot. You can't even tell the difference between friend and foe. Wu Ming pointed at the dark magic vine and was at a loss for words. The dark night demon vine was scolded, and all of its vines fell to the ground as if it were dead. Wu Ming rolled his eyes. Stop playing dead. Wu Ming glared at the dark magic vine. He opened the door and sat down on the couch. He was too tired to talk. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant was still full of energy. It ran around the dark magic vine and barked at it from time to time. Since the dark magic vine didn't respond, Little Tyrant lifted one of its hind legs and peed. Slap! The dark magic vine stopped playing dead. It swung its vines and knocked Little Tyrant over a dozen meters away. It fell into a trash can. Long DeBeo stood in front of the pet store, tilting its head and looking at this new world. It would bark from time to time. The ghost cat jumped onto the roof. It laid lazily on a brick and observed its surroundings. The others found a few empty rooms in the shopping mall that Zhang Yuyan had yet to open after the expansion and lay down to rest. Early the next morning, Wu Ming took a hot shower and bought breakfast for the others. When he came back, he knocked on the doors of the neighboring rooms and woke up Zhang Oqiyun and Wan Siyu. We have a lot of things to do after we eat. Wu Ming looked at the hundreds of pounds of herbs in the bulletproof truck and then at the armored trucks parked on the street. The trucks were filled with corpses of ferocious beasts and pets. They were in urgent need of treatment. The materials from the ferocious beasts were also one of the raw materials for food. For example, eyeballs, internal organs, cores, and some special tissues could be used as important materials. For the rest of the day, Wan Siyu, Mu Wanyin, and Zuma may help to sort the hundreds of kilograms of medicinal herbs. Huang Samba called the mighty bear over, lifted the tarpaulin, and cut out the materials that Wu Ming had told them to take. Zhang Oqiyun drove her supercar home to sleep. At night, a fierce bull sports car was parked outside the pet store. Su Qianqian and the sexy secretary Zhang got out of the car. Looking at the huge corpses lying on both sides of the street, they covered their mouths in shock. Wu Ming, is this the dire beast carcass that you're planning to sell to us? Yes. You can give me an estimate and I'll think about it. If it's acceptable, we'll make a deal. If not, I have other ways to deal with it. Wu Ming stated his requirements briefly. Wu Ming, don't worry. You will be satisfied with the price and service of our store. Secretary Zhang smiled at Wu Ming and pushed up the black-rimmed glasses on her delicate nose. Okay. Wu Ming nodded and went back to the pet store. This time, the Dark Night Vine didn't tie people up randomly. The Dark Night Vine had a certain level of intelligence and knew how to read people's expressions. Needless to say, anyone who was chatting happily with Wu Ming was on their side. The Dark Night Vine couldn't tie them up. Brother Wu, I've sorted out all the herbs. There are 8,000 herbs in total and 325 types. All of them are of good quality, Wan Siyu reported to Wu Ming as soon as she saw him. After a busy day, Wan Siyu, Zuma Mei, and Mu Wanyin, the three meticulous girls finally sorted out the herbs. All the herbs of the same type were put in the same drawer. The medicine cabinets against the wall were almost full. Each drawer had the name of the corresponding herb written on it. Well, you've done a good job. Thank you. Wu Ming praised them. His eyes glowed as he looked at the names of the herbs. Finally, he had gathered the materials for the king's sharp claw and king's speed. I've collected so many herbs this time. I should be able to start buying new formulas for the evolution food of the F and E levels. As for the evolution food of the D level, just to be safe, I'm not in a hurry. Wu Ming was worried that he wouldn't be able to gather the materials for the evolution food of the D level. That would be embarrassing. Wu Ming, we've made an estimate. This is the price intention form we just drafted. Please take a look. Secretary Zhang walked into the pet store, bringing with her a fragrant scent. She was wearing an office lady's uniform. She bent over, revealing her snow-white breasts. She placed the price intention form on the table. Wu Ming picked up the price intention form. The price of each type of corpse was clearly listed. Even the details of the corpse were included, such as the price of claws, teeth, and leather armor. The price was very detailed. Wait, is the price of the meat of the corpse so low? 1 pound of meat can only be sold for 100 pet coins? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. He was not satisfied with the price. The total weight of the corpse was over 100 tons. After taking away the important materials such as the leather armor, claws, teeth, organs, and bones, there were only over 20 tons of meat left. All in all, that was only 5 million pet coins. That sounded good, but Wu Ming thought it would be better to turn the meat into a material ball and make it into black armor. The price would increase by at least 100 times or even 1,000 times. Wu Ming, as you know, the meat of ferocious beasts is not tasty. It's hard and difficult to process. Most of the meat is used to make fertilizer for herbs. Therefore, the price is very low. This is the best price we can offer. Secretary Zheng hurried to explain. Wu Ming, our price is definitely the highest. Su Qianqian walked into the pet store with a smile. How about this? I'll sell you the other materials, but keep the meat for me. I have other uses for it. Wu Ming made a decision. Okay. Secretary Zheng nodded. Then, what do you think of the other prices? Wu Ming looked at the price list. 1 tooth of the black dragon could be sold for more than 10,000 pet coins. That was a high price. After deducting the price of the meat, the corpses could be sold for 67 million. That was a huge amount. Deal. Wu Ming slapped the table and made a deal. Wu Ming, you're a straightforward person. Su Qianqian smiled. She told Secretary Zheng to draw up a contract at once. Both parties signed and transferred the money to complete the deal. Wu Ming, we'll ship the meat back to you after the processing. Su Qianqian reminded him and got in the sports car. No problem. Wu Ming nodded. Half an hour later, the motorcade drove away. Wu Ming rubbed his chin and smiled. He walked into the pet store and put the bill on the table. Oh my God! 67 million? Wan Siyu, Mu Wanyin, and Zuma May had never seen so much money. They jumped around the pet store in excitement. Huang Samba's eyes were wide open. He took out his calculator and began to do the math. According to the new division we discussed, Brother Wu will get 60%, Ms. Zhang will get 20%, and the other 4 of us will get 20%. Then, I'll get a quarter of the 20%. That's 35 million pet coins in total. Thinking up to this point, Triba Huang became excited. I actually became a millionaire. More than 3 million. Wan Siyu was startled. Wu Ming sat on the couch, sipped a cup of coffee, and said with a smile, Don't be surprised. I've said it before. After you become a beast tamer, as long as you're willing to work hard, you don't have to worry about money. Yes, Mu Wanya nodded. Once he became a beast tamer, everything would be different. Chapter 136. Beast tamers had a much higher status than ordinary people. As long as they were brave enough, they could easily become a millionaire or a multimillionaire. It was not impossible to become a multimillionaire. And today, Mu Wanyin, Wan Siyu, Huang Sanba, and Zuma may finally experience the benefits of being a beast tamer. Although this experience was dangerous, and they almost died in the Tianyuan Canyon, they gained a lot. They were divided into millions in one night. By the way, we still owe Brother Wu a lot of money. Huang Samba suddenly thought of this and patted his head. Yeah, it's almost 1 million in total, isn't it? Wait, let me calculate. Zuma May took out her phone, opened the built-in calculator, and started calculating. Let me do it too. Wan Siyu took out her phone. I'm not in a hurry about the money. When the time comes, I'll pay you less. Wu Ming waved his phone. The 67 million had been transferred to his account. He dialed Zhang Yuyan's number and said, Hello, is this Miss Zhang? We sold a total of 67 million yuan this time. According to our previous agreement, you'll get 20% of the profits, which is 13 million yuan. I'll apply for a transfer of funds later and transfer it to you. 10 million? It's just a small amount. Just transfer it to me. Zhang Okeyun seemed to be eating on the other end of the phone. She was stuttering, but she still could not hide her rich aura. Wu Ming put down his phone. Zhang Okeyun did not even care about 10 million. She was really rich. However, he still sat in front of his computer logged onto the website, and applied for the transfer of funds. After going through various authentication methods, the funds were finally transferred to Jang Okyun's account. Brother Wu, I've sent the details of our accounts to your VX account. Wansiyu waiver phone. Wu Ming opened it and saw that Wansiyu had indeed sent him a VX message. It recorded the amount of money owed and even listed the details. It was very detailed. All right, I'll transfer the money to you. Wu Ming nodded. After deducting the debt, Wansiyu, Zuma Mei, and Huang Samba's average net income was about 2.5 million yuan. This was a huge amount, comparable to the income of an ordinary white-collar worker in Garan Castle after 40 years of hard work. Wow, so much money. Wansiyu looked at the 7 figures that had just been transferred to her account. She jumped around the pet store in excitement. If she continued to work in the tea shop, she wouldn't be able to save even a tenth of this amount in her lifetime. But now, it was done in just 1 or 2 months. So, after becoming a beast tamer, it's really like opening up a whole new world. It's completely different. Wansiyu held her phone and tried her best to calm the excitement in her heart. Thank you, Brother Wu. Huang Samba and Zuma Mei hurried to express their gratitude. Brother Wu, thank you. Mu Wanyan's money had also been transferred to her account. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. She didn't know anything. 35 million yuan was a lot. Sure, but before dinner, I want to make some new evolutionary food. Wu Ming pointed to the medicine cabinets. See you. You come and get the herbs later. This time, I want to make some Class E evolutionary food. Class E. The others stared with their eyes wide open. Wu Ming wanted to make 2 evolutionary food, Class E Extreme Speed and Class E King Kong Talon, on the spot. The ghost cat has 2 Class E talents. One is King Kong Talon, and the other is Extreme Speed. Both are Class E. Wu Ming took out a piece of paper, wrote down the required materials and weight, and handed it to Wansiyu. Brother Wu, please wait for a moment. I'll find the materials right away. Wansiyu looked at the list, rummaged through the medicine cabinets, selected the materials, and weighed them. She was meticulous in her work, and Wu Ming liked her very much. Huang Samba, Zuma Mei, and Mu Wanyan sat on the side and waited. Wu Ming took the opportunity to open the pet store. What new evolutionary food should I buy? Wu Ming closed his eyes and entered the pet store to search carefully. At the moment, he had several thousand evolution points. At the moment, he could only buy items from the low-rank store. The highest he could buy was Class D. Wu Ming looked. Each Class D item cost more than 300 evolution points. With the number of evolution points he could buy them. But there was a problem. Even if he had the materials to make a Class D evolutionary food, his pets wouldn't be able to use it. If he wanted to use a Class D evolutionary food, his pets would have to reach the peak of Class E. In other words, they would have to have 5 Class E talents. Otherwise, if he rashly ate a high-rank evolutionary food, it could lead to an energy overload and crush his body. With this in mind, Wu Ming set his sights on the Class E evolutionary food. Hey, this Class E chain lightning is not bad. The price is only 118 evolution points. I can buy it. Class E healing aura. Even this thing is available? The price is 188 evolution points. The price is almost twice that of an ordinary Class E evolutionary food. Yes, I'll buy it. Class E sonar detection. 128 evolution points. Not bad. After 10 minutes of choosing, Wu Ming chose the 3 Class E evolutionary foods. After deducting the corresponding evolution points, he completed the purchase. Immediately after, the details of the 3 evolutionary food recipes appeared in his sight. Chain Lightning Food, Class E Recipe, Class E Vicious Beast Inner Core X 45 grams, Simo Grass X 89 grams, Thunderstone X 135 grams, and other 13 ingredients. Evolution Points X 15. Effect: any F-rank pet or E-rank pet that meets the promotion conditions will be granted the E-rank talent Chain Lightning. The pet can release a chain lightning with a voltage of 100,000 volts. The attack radius is 100 meters. The further the distance, the more serious the attenuation. After looking at the chain lightning recipe, Wu Ming immediately wrote down a list and placed it on the table. Then, he continued to look. Healing Aura Food. Class E recipe. Class E Vicious Beast Inner Core X 85 grams. Fragrant Grass X 76 grams. Aurora Fruit X 35 grams. Blood Grass X 98 grams. And other 7 ingredients. Evolution Points X 20. Effect. Allow any Class F pet or Class E pet that meets the promotion requirements to obtain the Class E talent, Healing Aura. Able to emit a special green light wave from the forehead to accelerate the recovery of wounds. It also has the effect of detoxification. Detoxification and acceleration of wound recovery. If I can heal a pet with a Class F talent, wouldn't it be like an unkillable cockroach? Wu Ming was excited. He quickly looked at the description of a last Class E evolutionary food. Sonar Detection Food. Class E recipe. Class E Vicious Beast Inner Core X 12 grams. Tremor Fruit X 19 grams. Echo Fruit X 37 grams. Sound Absorbing Leaf X 67 grams. And other 11 ingredients. Evolution Points X 15. Effect. Allow any Class F pet or Class E pet that meets the promotion requirements to obtain the Class E talent sonar detection. Able to emit sonar and use the brain to receive feedback. Gain radar vision. Seeing this, Wu Ming touched his chin. As far as I know, dolphins have this talent. But the effect of Class E sonar detection must be many times more powerful than that of dolphins. Wu Ming quickly wrote down the recipes for the last 2 evolutionary food recipes. Chapter 137. Brother Wu, these are the materials you asked for. Wan Siyu put 2 wooden trays with grids on the table. The trays contained the raw materials for the Class E Rapid Evolution Food and the Class E King's Claw Evolution Food. You're done. Wu Ming put down the paper in his hand. That's fast. Here are 3 more Class E evolutionary food recipes. Look for the materials according to the instructions. There are 3 more Class E recipes? Once again, the 4 people present were shocked. Wu Ming smiled. Don't make a fuss. Help me find the materials first. If there are any missing materials, we'll go by them. Okay. Wan Siyu began to do so at once. Wu Ming, on the other hand, focused his attention on the 2 sets of E-grade evolutionary food materials on the table. To be safe, he used his eye of insight to check the materials. Only after he found that there were no problems did he begin to mix them. As for the allocation, Wu Ming was already familiar with it. 20 minutes later, the 2 evolutionary foods were sealed in wooden boxes with the labels Class E Rapid Evolution Food and Class E King's Claw Food, respectively. Brother Wu, how much is 1 Class E evolutionary food? Huang Samba moved closer, wanting to buy 1 for the mighty bear. The official price for Class E evolutionary food is 300,000 pet coins. But this price is acceptable, Wu Ming said. The cost of 1 Class E Rapid Evolution Food was less than 100,000 pet coins. The lowest price would be 300,000 pet coins. It would be a profit without a loss. Then I want to buy 1. Huang Samba called the mighty bear at once and asked it to stand aside. The mighty bear is already at the peak of the F rank. It can upgrade to the E rank after eating 1 Class E evolutionary food. Wu Ming pointed to the 2 evolutionary foods on the table. Do you want to buy both or just 1? Huang Samba. Take all of them. Wu Ming nodded. Sure. Ding. 600,000 pet coins collected. Huang Samba paid the money at once. He took the 2 Class E evolutionary foods and handed them to the mighty bear. The others looked on curiously. Wan Siyu also stopped grabbing medicine and watched the mighty bear eat the E-grade food with her own eyes. Roar! The moment the evolution food entered its stomach, the mighty bear felt its entire body heat up, as if its body was burning. The excess fat on its stomach was shrinking, and the fur on its body was becoming brighter and more beautiful. Its body was gradually evolving into a streamlined shape. Big Bear, you've lost weight. Huang Samba shouted in surprise. The mighty bear sized itself up. It could feel the explosive increase in strength within its body. At this moment, it had successfully advanced to Class E. Roar. Mighty Bear cast a grateful look at Wu Ming. Running speed, 53 meters per second. It's only slightly higher than the lower limit of an E-class speed, said Wu Ming after he noticed the changes in the Mighty Bear. The Mighty Bear's body was relatively large, so it was already very good for it to have this kind of speed. Big Bear, keep eating. Huang Samba handed over the remaining Class E King Kong claw food. The Mighty Bear didn't hesitate and started eating at once. This time, it didn't change much. The main thing was that the claws on its limbs had turned into a dark gold color. They looked sharper and could easily cut off things that were several times harder than superalloy steel. They were terrifyingly powerful. Success! Huang Samba could feel the Mighty Bear's excitement through the pet contract. He also knew that the Mighty Bear had finally become an experienced classy pet. The Mighty Bear's combat strength had taken a qualitative leap. Mu Wanyan, Zuma Mei, and Wan Xiu sized up the Mighty Bear after its evolution. They felt it was much more handsome than before. Maybe this was the increase in charm brought about by the evolution of pets. Xiu, keep looking for the materials I need, Wu Ming urged. Okay. Wan Xiu hurried to work. 15 minutes later. Brother Wu, the materials needed for the 3 sets of evolution food are basically here. Take a look. Wan Xiu put the 3 trays on the table. Wu Ming checked and made sure that there were no problems. He nodded and said, okay, thank you for your hard work. Then, he began to mix the ingredients. The whole process went smoothly. There were no problems. As the 3 sets of new Class E evolutionary food were ready, Wu Ming sat down on the couch and called the ghost cat over at once. The brand new evolutionary food was definitely going to be given to this current top combatant. Meow. The ghost cat walked over with graceful steps. Its figure gradually appeared and stood in front of the 3 sets of Class E evolutionary food. Brother Wu, what kind of food are these? Mu Wanyan sat on the couch and moved closer. She sized up the 3 sets of evolutionary food with curiosity. Class E Chain Lightning, Class E Healing Halo, and Class E Sonar Detection. There are 3 types in total. Wu Ming explained. The evolutionary food for Class E Chain Lightning was very special. It was bluish-white in color, like a gem. The evolutionary food for Class E Healing Halo was also very special. It was a green gem-like granule. The evolutionary food for Class E Sonar Detection was more ordinary. It was like a translucent ice crystal. Several people came over and blinked. They were even more curious. Class E Chain Lightning. It can give the pet 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity for long-range attacks. Class E Healing Halo. It can speed up the healing of wounds and remove toxins. Class E Sonar Detection. It's similar to the dolphins. It's like a radar to monitor the surroundings. Wu Ming knew that they didn't understand, so he explained. It's that powerful? Several people were surprised. Yes. Wu Ming nodded and looked at the ghost cat. Eat it. Try to become a pet at the peak of Class. A pet with 5 Class E talents was naturally at the peak of Class E. After absorbing Class D evolutionary food, it could advance to Class D. Meow. The ghost cat didn't hesitate. When it smelled the evolutionary food, it already wanted to eat it. Now that it got Wu Ming's permission, it ate it immediately. It ate the Class E Chain Lightning first. Then, electric arcs began to appear on its body. Wu Ming felt his scalp go numb from half a meter away, as if he had been electrocuted. What a powerful electric arc. The other stepped back immediately. Fortunately, the electric arc only lasted for 10 seconds. Then, the ghost cat's fur became more beautiful. Under the light, it reflected a dark blue luster. The ghost cat continued to eat. After eating the evolutionary food for the Class E Healing Halo, the ghost cat's eyes flashed with a green light. Then it went silent. There weren't many changes. The ghost cat continued to eat. When the last Class E Sonar Detection food was eaten by the ghost cat, its forehead bulged slightly. Other than that, there were no obvious changes. Huang Samba scratched his head and muttered, Brother Wu, These three foods don't seem to have much effect. You'll find out later. Wu Ming smiled mysteriously. The ghost cat now had 5 Class E talents and 5 Class F talents. It could be considered a pet at the peak of Class E. It had many talents, such as killing, active and passive healing, stealth, speed, and so on. It was very powerful. Ghost cat, go out and show off, Wu Ming ordered. Chapter 138. The ghost cat stepped out of the door. It looked at a bird flying across the sky. Its fur began to tremble, and many electric arcs appeared on its body. The ghost cat reached out a paw and waved it at the bird. Bang! A chain lightning struck, and the bird exploded. All that was left was a cloud of black smoke that dissipated with the wind. This is electricity. What a powerful talent. Wan Xiu, Huang Sanba, Zuma Mei, and Mu Wanyin all gasped in astonishment. 100,000 volts. Was it really that powerful? They had doubts. Wu Ming looked at the ghost cat and said, Chain lightning is a Class E talent. The voltage is only 100,000 volts, but the current can be adjusted, either high or low. When the ghost cat's fur began to tremble, it was time for it to accumulate electricity. The longer it accumulated, the more electricity it would generate and the higher the current would be. Although the voltage remained the same, according to the formula of power equals voltage times current, the power was increasing. Of course, the power was increasing as well. Ghost cat continued to release electricity. Kill all the flies and mosquitoes around. Wu Ming gave another order. The ghost cat didn't hesitate. The fur on its body began to tremble again, accumulating a large amount of electricity for its body. As it waved its small claws, a hair-sized lightning chain struck out, sweeping across the nearby streets. Wherever the chain lightning passed, the mosquitoes were burned to ashes. The air was filled with the smell of burnt meat. This talent is awesome. To be honest, I want a talent like this too. Then, I won't have to worry about fighting mosquitoes all night when I sleep. The people in the pet store exclaimed. Hearing this, Wu Ming's face stiffened. Using a Class E talent to kill mosquitoes with chain lightning? How extravagant. Ghost cat, come back and try the Class E healing halo, Wu Ming called out. He took out a dagger and cut a 3-centimeter deep wound on a piece of pork. The ghost cat stood in front of the pork. It tilted its head and pondered. It still couldn't understand why Wu Ming asked it to heal a piece of pork. What was wrong with his brain? Although it was doubtful, it still activated its healing aura. The ghost cat's entire body emitted a green light. Emerald green spots appeared in the air and fell into the pork's wound. The wound grew granulation at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then it began to heal. In less than a minute, the wound was basically healed, but the ghost cat shook its head, seemingly a little tired. This healing effect. A few people gathered around, their faces filled with shock. If even a piece of raw pork could be healed, then the healing effect would be even better if it was a wound on a living body. Such a healing talent is amazing. Mu Wanyin looked at the ghost cat, then looked at Wu Ming. Brother Wu, I also want to buy a rank E healing aura. No problem. Money and goods. Wu Ming nodded. After the evolutionary food was concocted, it was to be sold. After that, Wu Ming continued to mix the evolution food. At the moment, he had to take advantage of the fact that he had enough herbs and evolution points to upgrade all his pets. The concocting process was boring. Fortunately, Huang Sanba would occasionally tell dirty jokes, keeping the atmosphere in the pet store happy. Before nightfall, Huang Sanba's mighty bear, Mu Wanyin's little white fox, Wanxiu Xiao Long, and Zuma Mei's unicorn ponies had all successfully upgraded to ranky pets. Of course, by selling the evolution food, Wu Ming earned another few million. As for the little tyrant, it hadn't upgraded yet. The little tyrant's talent was rank E flames. The remaining 4 were rank F talents, namely speed, defense, self-healing, and light beam. In order for the little tyrant to reach rank E, it would need another rank F talent to complete the 5. Wu Ming began to search in the pet store. Rank F endurance. This one is good. Wu Ming bought it at once and deducted 35 evolution points. Endurance. Rank F. Recipe. Rank FB's core x 100 grams. Endurance fruit x 50 grams. Giant strength flour x 5 grams and 11 other materials. Evolution points x 5. Effect. Rank F endurance will be acquired. Physical strength will increase dramatically. The pet can run at 80% of its maximum speed for 5 hours. After browsing the information of the formula, Wu Ming exclaimed, Little Tyrant's maximum speed was 30 meters per second. If it ran at 80% of its maximum speed for 5 hours, it would cover a distance of hundreds of kilometers. That endurance was amazing. See you. Here is a recipe for rank F evolution food. Help me find the raw materials. Wu Ming wrote down the required materials and quantities and handed it to Wan Xiu. Another rank F recipe? Once again, everyone was shocked. They had thought that Wu Ming only had a few recipes for evolution food. But now, they knew that he had more than 10. That was a lot. In less than 10 minutes, Wan Xiu had gathered all the materials. Wu Ming began to mix the food. In another 10 minutes, he succeeded. He fed it to Little Tyrant on the spot. After consuming the F-rank endurance food, the Little Tyrant's body suddenly began to expand. It swelled up once again and looked like a large, majestic dog. Its eyes were bright as snow. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant circled around Wu Ming. It leveled up to rank E directly. Wu Ming was pleasantly surprised after taking a look with his insightful eyes. On second thought, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Little Tyrant was a 3-headed hellhound with an E-rank flame talent. With the addition of 5 F-rank talents, his body would reach the standard of an adult. Adding on the fact that his potential was already at E-rank, he immediately leveled up. However, without new evolutionary food to absorb, Little Tyrant will be stuck at this stage for the rest of its life. After pondering for a moment, Wu Ming then concocted 3 types of evolution food: E-rank Diamond Claws, E-rank Chain Lightning, and E-rank Extreme Speed, and fed them to the Little Tyrant. Little Tyrant often fights in close combat. I'll give him rank E Defense in the future. As for the rank E Healing Aura or rank E Sonar Detection, I won't give them to it for now. Wu Ming thought about it. Every pet could only have 5 talents of the same rank. Therefore, he wouldn't feed them every time he found them. Instead, he would think about the combination of different talents and strive for the best overall effect. Let's go and have dinner. Wu Ming clapped his hands and led everyone out of the pet store. Little Tyrant ran around the streets excitedly after becoming a rank E pet. Long de Bao was still in its initial state. It walked left and right unsteadily as it followed Wu Ming. As for the ghost cat, it stayed in the pet store to guard the hundreds of pounds of herbs in the medicine cabinet. On the street, Wu Ming turned around and looked at the door of the pet store. It seems that I have to go to the store and see if there are any talents related to space. This way, even if I put the herbs in the system space, others would only think that it was a pet's talent. With this thought, Wu Ming curled his lips. They continued to walk and arrived at the nearest restaurant. Mu Wanyan was the host, and everyone was full. Under the night sky, everyone left. Wu Ming brought Little Tyrant and Long de Bao back to the pet store. Under the dim light, a woman with shoulder-length green hair was standing there. She was wearing short leather pants and a crop top. LV Luo. Chapter 139. Wu Ming stared at the sexy green-haired woman under the streetlight. His eyes flickered as he tried to figure out her intentions. At the pet store, Wu Ming was sitting on the couch with LV Luo sitting next to him. She crossed her legs, revealing her snow-white, sexy skin. Is the special envoy from the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild here? Wu Ming asked as he made a cup of tea. They'll be here in 2 days. LV Luo threw a glance at Wu Ming, then looked at Little Tyrant and Long de Bao who were lying on the ground and staring at her. You got a new pet. F-class, not strong, Wu Ming said casually. He would not tell anyone that Long de Bao had the potential to become a D-class pet. For now, Only the members of the six-man team knew about this. The special envoy will be here in 2 days. They will gather at the branch of the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild outside the city. That will be the best time for us to assassinate them. LV Luo explained her plan. Wu Ming rolled his eyes. The president of the branch is an E-class beast tamer, and he has the help of a special envoy. It will be in the base. Is this environment suitable for assassination? It is. LV Luo nodded. Why do you say so? Wu Ming asked. For the past few days, we have been moving people around frequently. I heard that something big has happened at the Heavenly Abyss Canyon. Many people have gone there. By then, there will only be a few people in the branch. LV Luo revealed this important piece of information. Something big has happened at the Heavenly Abyss Canyon? Is it because of what happened to us? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. He would not tell her about what happened at the Heavenly Abyss Canyon. Therefore, he changed the topic. So, how do you plan to do it? First, help me train the F-class rubber viper to become a pet at the peak of the F-class or the E-class. LV Luo opened her red lips. She took out a bank card and put it in Wu Ming's shirt pocket. How about 1 million? LV Luo asked. Wu Ming glanced at the grade F rubber snake coiled around LV Luo's waist and found that it had 4 grade F talents: rubber form, venom, super beam, and speed. With another rank F evolution food, he would reach the peak of rank F. What kind of evolutionary food do you want? Wu Ming thought about it and decided to make a move. LV Luo would spend money, and he would contribute. This was a business deal that could be done. I need defensive and offensive evolutionary food. Of course, it would be better if you have E-class evolutionary food, LV Luo said. Sure, I have F-grade offensive food and offensive. E-grade chain lightning. What do you think? Wu Ming smiled slightly. However, I want to raise the price a little. Wan Xiu, Huang Samba, and the others were all on his side, so the official price of a grade evolutionary food was enough. However, LV Luo was a member of the Spirit Devil Assassin Guild and the future president. She was filthy rich. Wu Ming could not help but want to rip her off. You have grade evolutionary food? LV Luo took off her sunglasses. Her bright eyes were filled with surprise. Then I will add another 1 million. Wu Ming was stunned. He did not expect LV Luo to be so straightforward and directly add another 1 million. He nodded and said, okay, 2 million was enough for him to earn tonight. Wu Ming did not want to rip her off too much. Take a seat first, Wu Ming said. Do it. LV Luo's eyes focused. She hesitated for a moment before she reached out and unzipped part of her shirt. Like this. Wu Ming looked at her snow-white chest. It was the middle of the night, and there was no one nearby. No, this woman is very dangerous. Your life is more important. Wu Ming took a deep breath. What I mean is, you wait on the sofa. I will be done in half an hour. At this point, he rolled his eyes. Lilua's movements froze. She hurriedly pulled back the zipper and coughed. Io, it was a little hot just now. Do you have a bathroom here? I'll take a shower. Saying this, her face turned red. She found a bathroom and quickly walked over. Wu Ming patted his head. He quickly selected the herbs, weighed, crushed, ground, and mixed them. Then, he deducted the corresponding evolution points. Inside the bathroom, LV Luo sat on the toilet. Her breathing was a bit heavy. Thinking about her previous actions, her face turned red. She patted her forehead and used cold water to wash her face. Only then did she calm down. I think I will have to drink less when I am in the bar in the future, LV Luo said to herself. She was born with a good tolerance for alcohol. But tonight, when she was dancing in the bar, she drank a lot. She was a bit dizzy. If it was any other time, she would definitely not have such thoughts. However, Wu Ming, this guy, is actually not interested in me? Men only know how to pretend. Lilua complained a bit before washing her face. She really did take a hot bath here. While drying her hair, she walked over to the sofa. Okay. Wu Ming finished his work. 2 sets of evolutionary food, 1 set of F-grade defense, and 1 set of E-grade chain lightning. Mix them all successfully. Put them in boxes. LV Luo put the rubber snake on the table. The rubber snake sniffed the 2 boxes of evolutionary food in front of it, nodding and sticking out its tongue in excitement. Eat up. LV Luo knew that the 2 sets of evolutionary food were the real deal. Otherwise, the pets would not have such a strong desire to eat. The rubber snake ate the F-grade defensive food first. Its body was glowing with a dark golden luster. Then, it ate the E-grade chain lightning food. Enveloped by countless electric arcs, the rubber snake's body expanded several times. It was now 2 meters long and as thick as a stick. Crack! The rubber snake suddenly opened its mouth and breathed out a chain lightning, which burned a mouse dozens of meters away into ashes. Hiss! LV Luo was startled. She had just asked the rubber snake to test the power of the E-grade chain lightning through the pet contract. She didn't know that this talent was so powerful. If the snake were to attack a beast tamer, wouldn't that beast tamer be sent to heaven in a matter of minutes? Now, I'm 90% confident. LV Luo grabbed the rubber snake and coiled it around her slim waist. She bent down, revealing a large part of her snow-white chest. Her face was very close to Wu Ming's. At this moment, Wu Ming's heart was racing. Pop! By the time Wu Ming came back to his senses, LV Luo was already standing outside the door. She gave him a charming smile, got on the off-road motorcycle, and left quickly. Wu Ming took out a mirror and looked at the lipstick mark on the side of his face. He blinked and secretly praised LV Luo for being such a sentimental person. He reached out and took out the bank card that LV Luo had put in her jacket pocket. 2 million. Got it. Wu Ming applied for the transfer of funds. Then he looked at Long DeBayo and the materials in the medicine cabinet. It seems that it is time to improve DeBayo's strength as well. In 2 days, he would head out of the city to besiege the branch president of the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild. He had to improve the strength of his pets as much as possible to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Long DeBayo, in particular, had the ability to fly. At a critical moment, he could use it to attack or retreat. That was the power of air supremacy. Chapter 140. Long DeBayo had great potential. Apart from that, it had 4 talents: D-grade ice and fire, D-grade defense, E-grade extreme speed, and E-grade King Kong shark claws. As for F-grade talents, it didn't have any. Wu Ming thought about it and decided to mix 5 types of evolution food: F-grade extreme speed, F-grade defense, F-grade self-healing, F-grade super light beam, and F-grade endurance. This way, Long DeBayo could meet the basic requirements for evolving to the E-grade in one night. Long DeBayo already has E-grade extreme speed. If it has F-grade extreme speed, its speed will increase as well. This is a strong combination. Wu Ming thought about it again and again. This plan was feasible. Then, he began to mix the food. A few thousand evolution points and a few hundred gene of medicinal ingredients could be said to be a large amount. It was enough to use for a long time. Every time Wu Ming finished mixing an F-grade evolution food, he would feed it to Long DeBayo. As the evolution food entered its stomach, Long DeBayo evolved rapidly with the support of the vast energy. Its body was growing bigger and bigger. 1 hour later, Wu Ming mixed 5 types of F-grade evolution food and fed them all to Long DeBayo so that it could meet the basic requirements for evolving to the E-grade. At the same time, Long DeBayo had grown to 3 meters tall with a wingspan of nearly 9 meters. This size was a bit big for a pet store. It seems that you can't live in the pet store anymore, Wu Ming mumbled. Oh, Long DeBayo's eyes were brimming with tears. It thought that Wu Ming didn't want it anymore. Wu Ming rolled his eyes. From now on, I will build a nest for you on the roof. You can live there, okay? Long DeBayo flapped its wings and flew to a height of more than 10 meters. It looked at the roof and nodded. Wu Ming went back to the pet store and looked for herbs. 5 minutes later, he had gathered 3 sets of herbs for E-grade evolution food. Since Long DeBayo had E-grade extreme speed and E-grade King Kong sharp claws, Wu Ming chose 3 types of evolution food: E-grade chain lightning, E-grade sonar detection, and E-grade healing halo. As long as he eats it, Long DeBeo will be promoted to D class. Pets with high potential are the best. For other pets with lower potential, they would have to eat food of a higher level to advance after they have gathered all 5 basic talents, Su Ping said. Wu Ming muttered. But Long DeBeo was different. It had a high-level talent, which meant that it didn't have any bottlenecks. Half an hour later, Wu Ming prepared 3 portions of evolution food and brought them outside for Long DeBeo to eat. Plop! When the 3rd level E-evolution food entered his stomach, Long DeBeo's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Even from a few meters away, Wu Ming could hear the sound of a bell and a drum, showing his powerful strength. It's about to start. Wu Ming hurriedly retreated several meters. Long DeBeo had already reached the peak of the E rank after eating 3 servings of evolution food in a row. And because it also had the 2 talents of D-class ice and fire and D-class defense, it began to advance. Woo-ayo! Long DeBeo felt hot all over. It flapped its wings and flew to the nearby wild grass. Little tyrant, take me there. Wu Ming couldn't catch up with Long DeBeo, so he had to call for Little Tyrant. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant barked 3 times. Since it reached the E rank, its body had grown larger. In the form of a Cerberus, it looked like a male lion, burly and strong. Wu Ming quickly put on the dark golden armor and sat on Little Tyrant's back. He only let Little Tyrant set off after he had steadied it. 1 kilometer away, there was a small hill here. At the bottom of the hill was a patch of wild grass that covered an area of several hundred acres. Few people would come here. Long DeBeo flapped its wings and landed in this area. It let out a loud roar. Fortunately, there was no one around here. Therefore, few people noticed the commotion. 10 kilometers away, at the top of the Super Beast Center, the serene dragon elephant looked at Long DeBeo, who was rolling on the grass. It tilted its head and thought for a while. Then it flapped its wings and flew over. This is bad. Wu Ming looked at the serene dragon elephant that was quickly approaching. His heart raced. He was afraid that it would treat Long DeBeo as a beast and kill it. Fortunately, Little Tyrant was not slow. When the serene dragon elephant arrived at the wild grass, Wu Ming had also arrived. He quickly shouted, "It's my pet." Boom! The serene dragon elephant landed on the ground. The ground shook 3 times as if an earthquake had happened. It looked at Wu Ming, who was wearing the dark golden armor, and breathed out hot air from its nose. It was like a storm that blew Wu Ming off balance. Woo-ayo! At this time, the scales on Long DeBeo's body began to fall off and fell to the ground. During this process, its body began to expand. It grew from 3 meters to 5 meters tall. Its wingspan also reached 15 meters. New black and white scales began to grow on its body. Woo-ayo! In less than 3 minutes, Long DeBeo completed its transformation. It looked stronger and stronger. Its eyes were as bright as snow. It had officially entered the ranks of D-rank pets. Because it had 2 talents, D-rank ice and fire and D-rank defense. After this upgrade, it became an experienced D-rank pet. Although it was young and lacked battle experience, it was still an experienced D-rank pet. It was powerful. Roar. At this time, the serene dragon elephant let out a roar. It pressed Long DeBeo's head with its front paw and pressed it to the ground. What are you doing? Wu Ming was exasperated. This was a D-rank pet that he had painstakingly cultivated. It was currently the most powerful pet under his command. However, the serene dragon elephant had pressed it to the ground as soon as it arrived. Woo-ayo! Long DeBeo only let out one cry and then stood up. Clearly, the dragon elephant had only given it a head pat and did not intend to hurt it. Only then did Wu Ming breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, a special thought wave was transmitted to his mind. Wu Ming looked at Long DeBeo in surprise and asked, "What did you say?" The serene dragon elephant said that it wants to recognize you as its godson. Woo-ayo! Roar! Long DeBeo and the dragon elephant let out a cry at the same time, which stunned Wu Ming. Boom! The dragon elephant glanced at Wu Ming and immediately flapped its wings and flew to the Super Beast Center in the distance. So, the dragon elephant has really become your godson? Wu Ming withdrew his gaze and stared at Long DeBeo with his eyes wide open. The latter let out a woo-ayo and nodded repeatedly. Oh my God! Happiness came too suddenly. Wu Ming patted his head. He didn't know what to say. After Long DeBeo advanced to the D rank tonight, he was very happy. However, with the arrival of the dragon elephant, he thought that Long DeBeo would be gone. But now, Long DeBeo was telling him that the dragon elephant had taken it as its godson. These ups and downs made Wu Ming's mood like a roller coaster. He couldn't calm down for a long time. However, on second thought, he couldn't help but laugh. Even the C-rank dragon elephant, the guardian of Garan Castle, was the godson of his pet. Wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in Garan Castle? Chapter 141. Long DeBeo, why did the dragon elephant accept you as its godson? Although happy, Wu Ming still asked curiously. Ow! Long DeBeo barked and sent a telepathic message to Wu Ming through the pet contract. Wu Ming quickly realized, so that's how it is. The dragon elephant wild eagle found that you look a bit like it, and you both have the bloodline of the dragon clan. It just happens that it has no offspring, so it treats you as its adopted son. Wu Ming was relieved after he figured out the ins and outs of the matter. He looked at the scales on the ground and walked over to pick them up. They were all broken and of no value. Let's go. Wu Ming grabbed Long DeBeo's leg. Little Tyrant also ran over and hugged the other leg. Whoosh! Long DeBeo flapped its wings and flew up into the sky with the man and the dog. Soon, they crossed the 1-kilometer suburban area and landed on the street in front of the pet store. DeBeo, you're too big. You can live outside the pet store from now on. When we arrive tomorrow, I'll buy a warehouse and transform it into your new residence. Wu Ming made new arrangements. Ow! Long DeBeo nodded. It also knew that it was too big. If it really squeezed into the pet store, it would definitely explode. Under the night sky, Wu Ming took a hot shower. According to the plan, the day after tomorrow, he would assassinate the branch president of the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild and Yi San-yang. Wu Ming knew that this would be dangerous. However, in order to stabilize the rear, he had to get rid of the branch president. Otherwise, when he went to participate in the national competition, who could guarantee that the other party wouldn't stir up trouble in the Garan Castle or set up some traps? When he came back, it would be dangerous. Therefore, Yi San-yang and the branch president had to be removed so that he could go to Nanjiang City with peace of mind. It was late at night. Wu Ming was bored, so he browsed the pet store. He didn't find much after searching for more than 10 minutes. However, when he was about to go to bed, he found a pet egg that was not bad. Can hatch a beehive with a queen bee. Lovely potential. Price, 188 evolution points. Wu Ming looked at this product and fell in a deep thought. All right, I'll buy it first. Wu Ming made up his mind. After deducting the corresponding evolution points, he received a pet egg the size of a goose egg. The pet egg began to crack from the inside after the blood was dripped onto it, and the egg was hatched. Gotcha! A thumb-sized queen bee crawled out after the egg-sized egg broke. It was dragging a glowing crystal behind its butt, allowing it to float in the air. What an amazing anti-gravity device. Wu Ming looked at the glowing crystal on the back of the queen bee. Just as he was about to think of something, he noticed that the queen bee had begun to eat the eggshell. Its body was gradually expanding, reaching a diameter of 3 centimeters and a length of nearly 8 centimeters. It began to build a nest on the surface of the glowing crystal and gave birth to a dozen or so wasps. After eating the royal jelly, the bees quickly grew into 3-centimeter-long worker bees and flew out. Wu Ming noticed that each of the worker bees had decent fighting abilities. The needles on their tails could release a large amount of paralyzing poison that could instantly stun an adult male lion. The queen bee continued to build its nest on the surface of the glowing crystal and then hid in the deepest part. The entire beehive relied on the crystal to float 2 meters above the ground. From time to time, worker bees would fly out to expand the beehive. Type: aerial beehive, juvenile. Rank: level F, senior. Potential, level E talents, level E rapid growth, level F paralyzing poison. Remarks: the beehive can float in the air, making it convenient to change its coordinates to ensure its safety. The maximum weight is 100 kilograms. The queen bee can produce a large number of worker bees every day. The stinger on the worker bee's tails contains paralyzing poison that can poison an adult male lion. The worker bees can be used for assassination and investigation. After reading the introduction of the aerial beehive, Wu Ming was pleasantly surprised. He was planning to assassinate the spirit demon the day after tomorrow. With the aerial beehive, it would be much more convenient. Long de Bao had reached level D and was strong enough to wipe out the spirit demon's branch. However, Long de Bao was too big and could alert the enemy. He could send the worker bees to investigate first so that he could predict the enemy's movements. Produce more worker bees and leave a suicide squad for me. There should be at least 30 of them. Wu Ming gave the order to the queen bee. Then, he went back to his bed and lay down to rest. Early the next morning, while Wu Ming was still resting, he heard the sound of a large truck parked near the pet store. Wu Ming, here are 20 tons of ferocious beast meat. Mr. Su said that this is what you need. The goods have been unloaded. A middle-aged man in a security uniform got out of the truck and pointed to the large wooden box that was being unloaded. Wu Ming took out his phone and happened to see the message from Su Qianqian. He nodded. Okay, as long as the goods are unloaded. Su Qianqian and Secretary Zheng bought the black dragon, the red dragon, and the other pets. They didn't need the meat. After removing the meat, they put it in the wooden box and shipped it over. Soon, the truck drove away. Wu Ming knocked on the wooden box. It was filled with ferocious beast meat, emitting a strong, fishy smell. Convert all of them. Wu Ming didn't want to waste time. He hurried to convert the ferocious beast meat into a 20-ton material ball and placed it in the middle of the wooden box. After converting the material ball to the lowest mass, Wu Ming picked it up and found that it weighed just 2 kilograms. A 20-ton material ball can be used to make many generations of black armor. It will be worth hundreds of millions for me. Wu Ming was happy. He called the trash collector to take the wooden box away. Then, he went back to the pet store. 15 minutes later, Wan Xiu, Huang Samba, and Zuma Mei came to work one after another. They all saw Long de Bao lying on the ground, snoring loudly. Isn't that de Bao? What kind of hormones did it take? How did it grow so much in one night? The three of them exclaimed. I leveled up de Bao. Wu Ming gave a simple explanation. It took 5 types of Class F evolutionary food and 3 types of Class E evolutionary food. Now, it has successfully become a Class D pet. Hiss! The three of them gasped in astonishment. A Class D pet in one night? That speed was horrifying. No one else could have done that. Only a master like Wu Ming, who could quickly mix all kinds of evolutionary food, could help his pets level up quickly. That was what the three of them were thinking. They admired Wu Ming even more. Don't be surprised. Right, this is the new pet I just tamed, the aerial hive. Be careful. The stinger of the worker bees can knock you out instantly. Wu Ming pointed at the aerial hive in the pet store and reminded them. Then, he sat down on the couch and rested for a short while. Ding dong. There was a message from VX. Wu Ming opened it. He looked solemn. Wu Ming, the special envoy is here. But only the lover of the branch president is here. The other special envoy will arrive tomorrow, as usual. If it's convenient for you, we could do it tonight. That was a message from LV Luo. Chapter 142. Reading this message, Wu Ming fell silent. A few days ago, he wouldn't have dared to carry out the assassination plan like this. But now, Long de Bao had advanced to Class D, and he had the airborne beehive that was suitable for scouting and attacking first. He felt that he was ready to take action at any time. So, Wu Ming replied with a message. Let's meet in front of the pet store at 11:30 tonight. After sending the message, Wu Ming locked the screen, put down his phone, and looked out of the window. The assassination plan was finally about to begin. He was looking forward to it. Yi Sanyang, branch president. No matter what the reason is, you try to kill me. So, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Ming's face was cold. He was not a kind man. Revenge must be taken. This was an important principle he pursued after coming to the world of pets and going through so many things. In a bar, LV Luo looked at the words on the screen and smiled. Then, she turned off her phone, sat in the booth, and took a sip of the liquor. This day is finally here. She was very excited. On this day, many customers came to the pet store. A while ago, because of the beast-tide attack, many people were scared and didn't dare to go out. But now, the repair work in the city was almost done, and many businesses were starting to recover. Therefore, the number of customers who wanted to buy evolutionary food gradually increased. There were several new customers in the pet store at the moment. Wu Ming, this is all my pocket money. Can you sell me a Class F Super Light Beam evolution food? A short-haired young man in a student uniform, holding a cute blue and white unicorn in his arms, looked at Wu Ming eagerly. On the counter, there were several piggy banks. Some were coins, some were paper money, and some were permanent vouchers from certain shopping malls. Seeing this, the customers around laughed. Wu Ming couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and rubbed the young man's head. Kid, you used a permanent voucher from the shopping malls to buy evolution food. Does your mother know? Huh, she knows. The young man nodded. Wu Ming said, we don't accept vouchers from ordinary stores. They're not cash and not hard currency. Huang Samba teased. Kid, why don't you bring the coupon for the sports car? In that case, our brother Wu might accept it. The young man blinked. Coupons for sports cars? I think I have a few. He took out several gold-rimmed golden vouchers. Fierce Bull sports car voucher, 380,000 renminbi. Farley coupons, 490,000 for the establishment of a province. Wu Ming and the others came over and looked at the voucher that the nouveau riche youth took out. They fell into deep thought. This kid is so rich. Why can't he even gather 200,000? Kid, why do you have so many coupons for sports cars? Wansi couldn't help but be curious. When I bought the sports car, those big-ass ugly sisters gave it to me. They even kissed me and left a lot of dirty lipstick marks. I was scolded badly by my girlfriend. The young man said with a straight face. Everyone fell into deep thought. This young man was really rich and had a prominent family background. Otherwise, how could he have a sports car and a girlfriend at such a young age? If your family is so rich, why can't you even gather 200,000 to buy the super light beam? Zuma may ask for the others. My money is all used to support my girlfriend. Some single dogs might not know this, but we men who are in love need to spend a lot of money and time every day to make the girl happy. The young man said, Who are you calling a single dog? Zuma May's face was full of black lines. She reached out and pinched the young man's face. All right, let's not talk nonsense. If you don't have enough money, you can't trade. That's the rule. Wu Ming felt that the young man was a bit weird. Ding! 1 million received. In the young man's trouser pocket, a shocking prompt sounded. Not only were Wu Ming and the others stunned, but the surrounding guests also opened their mouths wide with an incredible expression on their faces. My mom gave me this month's pocket money. The young man quickly showed his balance. 1,199,000, 7 pet coins. That was the balance on the young man's phone. Wu Ming was stunned. The others were dumbfounded. This young man must be from a wealthy family. All right, since you have money, I'll make you a Class F Super Evolution food. Wu Ming got busy. 10 minutes later, the young man took the Super Light Beam food and hugged the cute blue and white unicorn into the Fierce Bull sports car parked by the roadside. A rich kid. I'm so jealous. The customers in the pet store shed tears of envy. If they could, they would want to call him their dad. Wu Ming, please give me a Class F Super Light Beam food as well. Me too. The customers pooled their money together and each got 200,000 pet coins. Then, they began a trade as well. That day, there were more customers than usual. Only half a day had passed. Wansiu did some calculations and found that they had received more than 3 million pet coins. Wow, 3 years of business and 3 years of business. Wansiu exclaimed. For a long time, the store hadn't had any customers. Therefore, they had to rely on the big harvest from the Heavenly Abyss Canyon to maintain their income. At the moment, the pet store had a new source of income because of new customers. That's normal. After all, we have a good reputation, Wu Ming said as he sat on the couch and sipped his coffee. He had made a name for himself after participating in the Garan Castle's audition. The word super quality represented the trademark of the pet store in the southern continent. Most of the customers were hoping to buy evolutionary food here to enhance their pet's strength as much as possible. 6 o'clock in the evening. Just like that, a busy day passed. Brother Wu, I'm off work now. Wan Xiu packed up her things, grabbed Xiao Long's legs, put on her backpack, and hurried to the rented apartment. Brother Wu, we're going home too. Huang Samba, Zuma Mei, and the mighty bear got into the pickup and hurried home. Wu Ming sat on the couch and looked out the window. In order not to cause a sensation, Long de Bayo was sleeping on the rooftop, covered by some green leaves. No one would know that a powerful Class D pet was living there. It was night. Everything was quiet. 11 o'clock. The roar of an engine could be heard. Wu Ming stood outside the door, with Little Tyrant by his side. In his shirt pocket was a small wooden box containing 30 worker bees. Long de Bayo was lying on the rooftop. For the time being, it was not exposed. It was a secret weapon. For the time being, it was not suitable to take action. Whoosh! LV Luo parked her off-road motorcycle on the side of the road. She was wearing black armor, which accentuated her perfect figure. Wu Ming looked at LV Luo and asked with a smile, "You bought it from the super affordable store?" "Yes. This black armor is very useful. But I heard that our target bought one as well. It will be difficult for us to kill him." LV Luo took off her helmet. She looked serious. Chapter 143. Wu Ming didn't say anything, but he still wanted to say that the black armor that Su Ping and the branch president were wearing was made by him. He had absolute control over it. To others, the black armor was a good combat suit. It was good for survival. However, to him, wearing the black armor wasn't beneficial at all. On the contrary, it was detrimental. "Why aren't you wearing your armor?" LV Luo sized up Wu Ming. "I remember that you have a set of dark golden armor, similar to the black armor. Did you buy a set of black armor and dye it dark golden?" "Dye?" Wu Ming almost laughed out loud. "Something like that. Wait a second. Let me put on my armor." Since LV Luo already knew that he had armor, Wu Ming didn't hide it. He went back to the pet store and put on the dark golden armor right away. Then he walked out, pretending that he was going back to the pet store to put on his armor. "Let's go," Wu Ming said. LV Luo looked at Wu Ming. "Where's your vehicle?" "I don't have one." "Then you can take my off-road motorcycle." "Okay, that works." LV Luo rolled her eyes at his words. "Take my car? That works?" "Oomph. You don't know that in the bar, the number of men who want to take my car can go around the football field 3.5 times. Luluo started the motorcycle as she complained in her heart. Wu Ming jumped on the motorcycle and put his arm around LV Luo's waist. Since both of them were wearing armor, LV Luo didn't think much of it. Boom! The off-road motorcycle set off. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant followed behind at a speed of 20 meters per second. It wasn't slower than the motorcycle. Your pet's endurance is not bad. Under the cover of the night, the motorcycle had already passed the sentry post and left the vicinity of Garan Castle. LV Luo noticed that Little Tyrant was still able to keep up with the motorcycle. His running speed did not decrease at all. "It's nothing." Wu Ming smiled. Little Tyrant had grade F endurance. It was only a dozen or so kilometers from the inner city to the outskirts of the city, so it did not consume much stamina. 15 minutes later, it was a secret place. Wu Ming and LV Luo stopped their motorcycles and cautiously walked towards the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild branch base in the distance. "Let's be careful." LV Luo lowered her voice and said, "The branch president's code name is Mad Wolf, and he has many pets. The strongest pet is of Class E, and the other two are of Class F. Besides killing him, we also have to kill his lover." "In other words, there are two of them?" Wu Ming said. "Right, and Yi Sanyang. LV Luo turned her head and asked Wu Ming, who was wearing the dark golden armor. Yes, there are 3 of them. All right, what's the level of your black dog? Grady. Wu Ming did not want to hide it. Huh, so high. LV Luo opened her eyes wide. At first, she thought that little tyrant was only at the peak of Class F. Who knew that it had reached Class C? No wonder it was much bigger than the last time they met. Haha, it's all right. Wu Ming smiled. LV Luo was slightly surprised, but after thinking about it, she felt that it was normal. Wu Ming could concoct Class E evolutionary food. How could his pets be able to do that? At this time, the 2 of them had arrived at the base of the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild. I know a secret passage that can allow us to sneak in from there. After we deal with Yi Sanyang, we can go straight in and enter the room where Mad Wolf and her lover are. Don't rush. Wu Ming pulled LV Luo. He took out a small box and released 30 worker bees. He let them fly over and sneak into the interior of the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild through the passageways, vents, and gaps. This is a type of pet used for reconnaissance. Reconnaissance bees? LV Luo said in surprise. I guess so. Wu Ming nodded. He squatted on the ground and closed his eyes. He obtained the vision of one of the worker bees and could see what it saw. With a thought, he could even switch to the vision of other worker bees. Come, take a look. Wu Ming pulled LV Luo, put his hand in front of her, and explained a little. Then LV Luo realized that she had also temporarily obtained the vision of that worker bee. In her vision, this worker bee flew past the vents and entered the inner corridor of the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild. Wu Ming, let the reconnaissance bee walk along this corridor to the deepest part. Okay, stop in front of room 003. That's the room of the night, which Yi Sanyang. Enter through the crack in the door. LV Luo began to point the way. Wu Ming used the beehive as the control center and commanded the worker bee to fly and arrive at Yi Sanyang's room. At this time, the sexy and charming Yi Sanyang was lying on the bed. She was wearing seductive black stockings and holding a knife in her hand to shave her hair. This process could make countless men have nosebleeds. Even Wu Ming was in a trance for a moment. Attack! Wu Ming suddenly ordered. Buzz! The worker bee flew toward Yi Sanyang at the fastest speed. It was like a flying needle. In the blink of an eye, it was beside Yi Sanyang. Why is there such a big bee? Yi Sanyang immediately became alert. She waved a knife in her hand, ready to cut the worker bee in half. Whoosh! The worker bee could not dodge in time and was killed. However, before it died, it stabbed out a poisonous needle with a strong paralyzing effect. Ding! Yi Sanyang looked at her shoulder and found that there was a short needle there. There was also a small poison sac at the back. Aya! Before she realized anything, her body immediately went limp and she fell on the bed, completely unconscious. Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang realized that the worker bee's vision disappeared here. This meant that the worker bee's mission was over. F*CK. Lilua jumped in fright. Wu Ming, this isn't a scout wasp, but a venomous stinger wasp. I didn't say that this is a reconnaissance bee. Wu Ming spread his hands. However, this poison has a paralyzing effect. It won't kill. It can at most anesthetize for a night. That's enough. LV Luo's red lips curled up slightly. Yi Sanyang had lost her ability to fight. Next, they would get rid of Mad Wolf and his lover. Tonight's mission would be completed perfectly. Let me look at the other worker bees. Wu Ming closed his eyes and obtained the vision of another worker bee. He found that it was circling around in a dark space as if it was lost. He switched the vision of a few worker bees and found that they were all in the same situation. This meant that they were all trapped. Then, Wu Ming found that a few worker bees were dead and could not be sensed at all. Fortunately, there were still more than 10 worker bees alive and flying inside the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild. Wu Ming obtained the vision of one of them and passed by room 003. He turned a corner and stopped in front of a double door made of super alloy steel. Wu Ming, open this door. Mad Wolf and his lover are inside. LV Luo also obtained the vision and quickly reminded him. There's no seam in this door. We can't enter. Wu Ming shook his head. The worker bee checked the door for a while and did not find any gaps that could allow them to enter. It could only lie in a hidden corner and hide. Then we'll execute Plan B and enter through the vent with me. Follow me closely. LV Luo pulled Wu Ming's hand and came to the mountain wall. Chapter 144. The Spirit Demon Assassins Guild was built in a mountain. Therefore, the vent was at the top of the mountain. Wu Ming and LV Luo had to climb up. The mountain was hard and slippery. However, with the help of the rubber snake and little tyrant, as well as the black armor and the dark gold armor, the two soon reached the top of the mountain. Wu Ming looked into the forest in the distance. He saw a huge head peeking out from there. It was sneaky. This guy, doesn't he know how to hide? Wu Ming curled his lips. That huge figure peeking out was, of course, Long DeBeo, who had sneaked over under the cover of the night. The Spirit Demon Assassins Guild's internal passageway was narrow. Long DeBeo couldn't get in and could only provide support from the outside. If Long DeBeo was only 2 meters tall, Wu Ming wouldn't have to go through such a complicated infiltration. He could just kill his way in. It seems that I have to concoct some D-rank evolutionary food to evolve the ghost cat into a D-rank pet. Then, I can bring it into the Spirit Demon Assassins Guild. Wouldn't that be a massacre? Wu Ming thought to himself. Clang! LV Luo didn't know what he was thinking. She pried open the iron grill at the top of the vent, revealing a cylindrical ventilation passageway with a diameter of 1 meter. Okay, let's climb in, LV Luo said. The worker bees couldn't get into the last room because the ventilation system in the last room was very advanced. There was no gap for the worker bees to sneak in. The two had to use Plan B, which was to kill their way in. The rubber snake's tail was wrapped around the ventilation passageway. Wu Ming and LV Luo grabbed onto the snake's body and slid down carefully. Little Tyrant maintained its normal state. It held onto the rubber snake with all 4 of its limbs and slid down with a hiss. Hey, slow down. Wu Ming was about to remind Little Tyrant when Little Tyrant had already slid down and bumped into him. His hands trembled and he lost his grip on Little Tyrant. He fell down with Little Tyrant and landed on LV Luo, who was at the bottom. F***, you two scammers. LV Luo grabbed the poisonous rubber snake with all her strength. She didn't fall down and immediately scolded. Wu Ming blushed. Little Tyrant was trembling in fear. No one would have thought that the rubber snake's skin would be so slippery that even Little Tyrant couldn't hold it properly. Slow it down. LV Luo raised her head and rolled her eyes at Wu Ming, who was sitting on her. How long do you want to stay on my body? I'll get up right away. Wu Ming quickly used his hand to support the wall of the ventilation channel and climbed up a little. Only then did he get up from LV Luo's body and get out of the embarrassing situation. 3 minutes later, the two of them finally arrived at the bottom of the ventilation passage. After climbing along the horizontal passage for a while, they finally arrived at the top of the ventilation grid, directly above the room where Mad Wolf was. Wu Ming carefully removed the ventilation grid and pulled LV Luo down from a height of 5 meters. Finally, they arrived at the door. As long as they could open the door, they would be able to find Mad Wolf, who was sleeping inside, as well as his lover. Little Tyrant, cut open the door. Wu Ming was about to give the order. However, right at that moment, they heard 3 beast roars. Clang! The double doors suddenly opened. 2 F-class green-skinned wolves rushed out from the inside and stopped the two of them. Howl! Another wolf howl was heard. Wu Ming turned around and saw a huge wolf with a height of 5 meters. It was covered with spiky fur all over its body. The wolf stared at them with its green eyes. Its pupils were filled with coldness. This wolf was Mad Wolf's E-class pet. We've been ambushed, Wu Ming asked in a low voice. That's right. From a room behind the double doors came a voice full of majesty. Then 2 people walked out. Both of them were wearing black armor. One of them was tall and sturdy, like a bodybuilder. He gave people a feeling that he was strong enough to pick up a mountain. The other one had a voluptuous figure. When she walked, she would twist and turn which was very enchanting. "Little sister, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me." The man took off his black armor helmet, revealing his resolute face. The woman next to him took off her helmet as well, revealing a beautiful face with sexy red lips. This woman was Mad Wolf's lover. "LV Luo, is this the external help you hired? That's too lousy. When your scouting bees came in, we already knew about your plan." The sexy woman smiled evilly. She cast a glance at Wu Ming, who was wearing the dark golden armor. Because of the helmet, no one could see Wu Ming's face, nor could they recognize him. "You came back early and leaked the information just to bait me?" LV Luo looked at the sexy woman with a cold expression. "That's right. I'll tell you the truth. This time, the Union sent us 2 special envoys back to determine the next branch president." The sexy woman put on her battle helmet again and held a sharp dagger. She continued, "I heard that your popularity is very high, even higher than Mad Wolf. I purposely leaked the information to bait you. As long as we kill you before the other special envoy arrives, Mad Wolf will still be the next branch president." The Spirit Demon Assassin Guild's branch president was re-elected every 5 years. In these 5 years, LV Luo had contributed a lot. Plus, she was a beauty, so her popularity was very high. If she continued to develop through the normal selection process, she would have a high chance of becoming the next branch president. Mad Wolf valued power very much, and he also knew that LV Luo wanted to kill him. Hence, he contacted the sexy woman in advance to bait LV Luo. There was a tradition in the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild. Every 5 years, the president and his competitors were allowed to assassinate each other. If they could kill their competitors before the final vote, the result of this election could be announced in advance. In history, there were many competitors who didn't have much support who killed their competitors who could have won through the voting, thus turning the tables. "LV Luo, you're too popular. I have been planning how to kill you for a long time." Mad Wolf put on his battle helmet again. "Now, do you and your friend have any last words?" As far as he was concerned, Little Tyrant was just an average F-rank pet. Even if it worked together with LV Luo, it wouldn't be a threat, because he had 3 pets. Wu Ming stood where he was without saying a word. He looked up and saw a black spider the size of a plate hanging upside down from the ceiling. Its 8 legs were like sharp spears that could easily penetrate flesh and blood. Senior E-rank pet, Jumping Spider. Through the eye of insight, Wu Ming saw the spider's information. His heart skipped a beat. Mad Wolf and the sexy woman were both senior E-rank beast tamers. When they worked together, they were strong. In comparison, LV Luo had just reached the E-rank. She was not strong enough and would be suppressed by the other party. Wu Ming darted a glance at Little Tyrant. Through the pet contract, he sent a message. "Little Tyrant, you have E-rank Flames, E-rank Diamond Claws, E-rank Chain Lightning, and E-rank Extreme Speed. You are very strong. We will be counting on you later." Chapter 145. Woof! Little Tyrant raised its head and looked at Wu Ming. It realized that it was going to fight, fire at the jumping spider, and use chain lightning to knock down the other 3 wolves. "Leave the rest to us." Wu Ming gave the order. Little Tyrant nodded. Mad Wolf and the sexy woman were also communicating with their pets, ready to kill the enemies in one move. Neither side made a move. They were in a stalemate, looking for openings. The 4 people in the corridor were all wearing black armor. They could not force their way through. To end the battle, they had to kill their pets first. In the lobby of the Spirit Demon Assassin's branch, everyone was looking at the big screen. Everything that was happening in the corridor was being projected here. Every 5 years, our own people meet each other on the battlefield. How tragic. Hey, that's how assassins are. Let's wait and see. I think LV Luo is going to die. What a beauty. If it's possible, I want to don't think about it. Let's go to the bar tonight. The assassins gathered in front of the big screen, drinking and shrugging their shoulders. They had no intention of getting involved in this matter. They were just average assassins. They were not qualified to compete for the position of president. Usually, they just needed to accept missions and complete them. It didn't matter who the president was. In the corridor, the atmosphere was tense. Neither side could wait any longer. Do it. In the end, Mad Wolf was the first to give the order. He pulled the sexy woman and retreated at once, leaving the battle space for their pets. Wu Ming also pulled LV Luo to the wall at once to avoid the attacks. At the same time, he locked on a Mad Wolf and the sexy woman's black armor so that they could keep moving forward. Whoosh! Little Tyrant instantly expanded, turning into a three-headed hellhound that was as large as a berserk lion. Its entire body was ignited with blazing flames, and the moment it opened its mouth, it spat out raging flames towards the E-rank leaping spider that was pouncing towards it. Crack! The rubber viper opened its mouth and breathed out chain lightning. Its target was the E-grade wolf. As for the other two F-grade green-skinned wolves, they went for Wu Ming and LV Luo respectively. You're courting death. Wu Ming tried to fight back, only to realize that he had underestimated the pet's speed. As soon as he pulled out the dagger, he was knocked away and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the dark gold armor's anti-shock effect was very good. He only felt a sharp pain in his body, but he wasn't injured. Rip! At this moment, the jumping spider that was engulfed by the Grady flames had temporarily lost its ability to fight. Little Tyrant leaped forward and slashed the Grady adamantine claw horizontally, cutting it into two halves. Then, it immediately turned around and spat out an E-grade chain lightning, electrocuting the two F-grade green-skinned wolves. Wu-ao. On the other side, the Grady wolf that had been electrocuted by the rubber viper's Grady chain lightning trembled and froze on the spot. Although it wasn't dead yet, its entire body was smoking and char-black. Kill! Wu Ming immediately ordered. Little Tyrant leaped forward, and with 3 cold flashes, the Grady giant wolf's head was chopped off. How could this be? All the assassins who were watching this scene through the big screen spat out water. Some even choked and coughed violently. The ones who were most shocked were Mad Wolf and the sexy woman. They froze on the spot, unable to believe what they had just seen. This is a Cerberus. It's an elite Grade pet. Damn it. This pair of lovebirds was filled with regret. Little Tyrant was a majestic black dog in the beginning, but it didn't give people the feeling that they were facing a Grady pet. It was too confusing. It wasn't until the end of the battle that people realized how horrifying this black dog was. It had practically wiped out everyone. Also, its battle plan was perfect. First, it used its flames to suppress the Grady jumping spider. Then it used its claws to chop it to death. Next, it used its lightning to electrocute the 2 F-grade green-skinned wolves. The whole process was so fast that people didn't have time to react. Your rubber viper has advanced to Grady as well? Mad Wolf remembered how the rubber viper had spat out lightning and how even the Grady giant wolf had been electrocuted. He suddenly realized something. No wonder you had the guts to assassinate me. You were prepared. How would I dare to attack you if I didn't have some strength? LV Luo grabbed the rubber viper and slowly walked toward Mad Wolf. Don't kill me. Mad Wolf knew that there was no chance for him to turn the tables. He hurried to beg for mercy. When we were confronting each other in the hallway, we were about to fight to the death. Do you think I will let you go? Mad Wolf, we are both killers. Wake up. LV Luo ordered the rubber viper to entangle Mad Wolf and the sexy woman and throw them into the room. Strange. Why can't our black armor move? The sexy woman tried to struggle, but realized that she couldn't move at all. Wu Ming looked around. There were no cameras here. He bent down and looked at Mad Wolf and the sexy woman. Do you want to open your helmets, or do you want us to do it for you? I don't know why we can't move, but we are protected by the black armor. It won't be easy to kill us, Mad Wolf said in a low voice. He wasn't too flustered. He had personally tested the black armor's defensive ability. Not even a Grady giant wolf could break it. Its toughness could be said to be perfect. Of course, its weakness was that it couldn't withstand high and low temperatures. There was also a violent collision. For example, if it was pushed down from a cliff, it would still shake the people inside the black armor to death. Looks like we can only do it ourselves. Wu Ming stretched out his hand and gently pulled off the helmets of Mad Wolf and the sexy woman. This helmet has a loophole. Mad Wolf's expression changed greatly. He didn't know that Wu Ming had the highest authority over the black armor. He could lock it at any time. Spare me. Little sister, I was wrong. I won't bully you anymore. I will definitely treat you as my treasure. Mad Wolf saw LV Luo approaching with a dagger. His heart sank, and he immediately begged for mercy. However, LV Luo raised her hand, and the dagger fell. Looking at Mad Wolf's neck being cut, the sexy woman was stunned. Then, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. You die too. LV Luo didn't show mercy. She was an elite assassin. She didn't even blink and killed the sexy woman. After rummaging in the room, LV Luo found the president's exclusive badge. She pinned it on her chest and adjusted the black armor to fix it firmly. Now, the new president is mine. LV Luo stroked the badge and turned to leave the room. She walked along the corridor to the hall of the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild. There, she still had a lot of things to deal with. By the way, this is the key to room 003. Yi Sanyang is yours. You can do whatever you want with her. LV Luo thought of something and threw a key to Wu Ming. Thanks. Wu Ming took the key and opened the door of room 003. At this time, Yi Sanyang was lying on the bed in sexy clothes and had fallen into a coma. On her body, there was also a strange purple-black figure swaying. This was her pet, the Night Witch. Chapter 146. Yi Sanyang, you instigated Lu Gaoan to attack me. Now, it's time for you to pay your debt. Wu Ming walked over. The Night Witch, a peak F-rank pet, left Yi Sanyang's body. Like a human-shaped fog, it was ready to knock Wu Ming away. Woof, woof, woof. Little tyrant barked all of a sudden. The flames on its body began to soar, scaring the Night Witch away. It was like a cloud, hovering around Yi Sanyang's body, shivering. It was afraid of the E-rank little tyrant. Yi Sanyang, you deserve this. Wu Ming stood in front of the bed, looking at the coquettish beauty lying on it in a sexy and seductive sleeping position. He remembered that night when she took the initiative to come to him with infinite gentleness. Her sexy red lips parted slightly. That innate seductive temperament was unstoppable. Wu Ming took out a dagger and placed it on her neck. He thought about it and suddenly smiled evilly. The next day, Wu Ming woke up from his bed in the pet store. After a wild night, he went back to the pet store at 5 o'clock in the morning. He took a shower and went to sleep. It was only now that he woke up. It's 10 o'clock. Wu Ming looked at his phone. The screen was a bit glaring. He squinted his eyes, got up, and went downstairs. He found that Wan Siyu, Huang Samba, and Zuma May had all arrived at the pet store. They were receiving customers. Brother Wu is still resting. Please leave an advance payment. We will inform you when the goods are ready. Wan Siyu was an excellent employee. She stood in the crowd and spoke gently. With just a few simple words, she was able to calm down the slightly anxious guests. Zuma May was making tea when she saw Wu Ming coming downstairs. She greeted him. Brother Wu, you're awake? Oh my, it's H.E. Wu Ming. H.E. Wu Ming. We've ordered an F-grade defensive food. When can you deliver it? We ordered 3 portions of F-grade speed food. We've ordered a grade F super beam food. When the guests saw Wu Ming, they immediately became lively. They surrounded him and greeted him enthusiastically. Wu Ming smiled and said, Don't worry, everyone. It takes time to prepare the evolutionary food. Just wait for a while, and we'll be able to receive it this afternoon. Thank you so much. Only then did the guests leave in relief. Brother Wu, you woke up really late today. Huang Samba teased. It could be considered a joke. He glanced at Wu Ming and found some familiar strawberry-sized marks on his neck. He couldn't help but blink. He was very familiar with this kind of mark. It was left behind when he was having fun with a girl all night. No wonder Brother Wu woke up late. It turns out that he went to do that kind of thing last night. Huang Samba was well aware, but he didn't say it out loud. For him, this kind of thing should be left to rot in his stomach. Zuma May and Wan Siyu didn't notice these details. One was making tea, and the other was arranging the herbs. Siyu, take a look at which herbs we don't have enough in stock. Make a list, and let Huang Samba and Zimei buy them. Wu Ming instructed. Okay. Wan Siyu nodded. Wu Ming began to get busy. With so many people coming to buy the evolutionary food, he obviously couldn't let them wait too long. He began to prepare it now. Noon. The four of them ate lunch, rested for a while, and continued to work. It's strange. Why haven't I seen Yin Yin these 2 days? Wan Siyu was checking the inventory. She looked out the window and found that the shopping center next door had finally begun to renovate. The progress was very fast. Some of the shelves had begun to display the goods. It seems that Zhang Okyun shopping center is about to open. Wu Ming stood in front of the pet store. I haven't seen her for 2 days. She must have been busy with the shopping center. Who is talking bad about me? Speak of the devil. Zhang Okyun jumped out from the shopping center with a brochure in her hand. She was followed by many employees. You're finally here. Wu Ming looked at Zhang Okyun, who was wearing an office lady's uniform. He found that she was more feminine than before, unruly and charming. Of course, she couldn't be compared to Yi Sanyang. When will your shopping center open? Wu Ming asked casually. Soon. Zhang Okyun waved her hand and told the employees to get busy. She walked toward Wu Ming. Maybe in 3 days. By then, I will develop this street. That's fast. Wu Ming nodded. In a couple of days, he would be able to buy goods in the shopping center next door. It would be much more convenient than before. Of course, he would have to go to other places to buy things that he couldn't find in the shopping center. But that wouldn't happen often. The two chatted for a while. Zhang Okyun was busy. She left after 10 minutes. Wu Ming went back to the pet store and continued to mix the evolution food. He asked Wan Siyu to check the materials that he didn't have in stock and then gave them to Huang Samba and Zuma May to buy in the shopping center. In the blink of an eye, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Ding dong. He received a message. Wu Ming turned on his phone and saw that it was a VX message from LV Luo. He hurried to read the message. Then he was stunned. LV Luo has taken control of a branch of the Spirit Assassins Guild. With the new envoy as her witness, she has been crowned as the new president of the branch. She has taken control of all the assets under her name. She has become a billionaire. Wu Ming was envious when he read the message. LV Luo didn't say it explicitly, but Wu Ming didn't have to guess to know that the branch had a lot of assets, at least over 1 billion. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fought so hard for the position of president. Ding dong. He received another message. Wu Ming, to express my gratitude, I have a gift for you. The location is the Lakeside Manor outside the city. Seeing this message, Wu Ming touched his chin. He remembered that he had been to the Lakeside Manor. That manor used to be under Zhou Nana's name. Because of Zhou Nana's death, many fixed assets, including the Lakeside Manor, were transferred. Not even Wu Ming knew who owned those assets. Wu Ming's eyes flickered when he saw this message. Could it be that the Lakeside Manor has become the property of the Spirit Assassins Guild? Then, the gift that LV Luo said to give me, wouldn't it be the medicinal herbs in this manor? Wu Ming couldn't help but think so. He was a trainer and needed medicinal herbs very much. In that manner, the only thing that could be useful to Wu Ming was these aged medicinal herbs. Are you going now? Wu Ming replied with a message. Ding dong. LV Luo quickly replied. Today or tomorrow is fine. At that time, I'll treat you to a meal. The location is also the Lakeside Manor outside the city. Seeing this message, Wu Ming immediately replied. I'm free now. I'll go over now. See you. I have something to do. You guys go ahead. Okay, Brother Wu. Chapter 147. It was afternoon, and there were many people around. If it was nighttime, Wu Ming would consider riding on Long de Bayo. It'd be much faster that way. That's not right. Even the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild's branch president has been taken care of. In Garan Castle, there is basically no one who can rival me. Even if I ride on Long de Bayo, what can others do? With this in mind, Wu Ming shouted towards the roof. Long DeBayo, let's go. Oh, woo. Long DeBayo landed on the ground and lowered its head, allowing Wu Ming to climb onto its back. Wu Ming put on the dark gold armor and used the armor to tie their necks together. This way, even if Long DeBayo was flying at high speed, he would not be blown off by the wind. Wow, Brother Wu is going out to play. Long DeBayo has really grown up. I want to ride a dragon too. Wan Siu, Huang Samba, and Zuma Mei were envious. Gaga. Hearing the words, ride a dragon, the blue-winged dragon, Xiao Long, let out a cry. After relying on Wu Ming's evolutionary food to reach the E-class, Xiao Long had grown to a height of 2 meters and a wingspan of 5 meters. At this moment, it could already carry Wan Siu and fly at high speed. High in the sky, Wu Ming sat on Long DeBayo's back. Little Tyrant lay beside him, its 4 legs trembling. Clearly, it was afraid of heights. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant barked 3 times in fear. You're an E-class pet. Are you afraid of heights? Wu Ming rolled his eyes at Little Tyrant, not knowing what to say. On the streets of Garan Castle. Look, there's a black and white dragon flying in the sky. There seems to be someone sitting on the dragon's back. Oh my God, is that an E-class pet? Nonsense, that is at least a D-class pet. When the citizens saw Long DeBayo flying at high speed, they all raised their heads and looked at him with envy. This is the happiness of a beast tamer. Some people sighed. The wind was too strong. Wu Ming could not hear the discussions of the citizens. He looked down at the lakeside manor outside the city and ordered Long DeBayo to fly over. At the lakeside manor, LV Luo, wearing a sexy leather skirt, stood by the lake, looking at the nearby scenery, holding a wooden box in her hand. The E-rank pet, Rubber Viper, was coiled around her waist, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind came from above. LV Luo hurriedly looked up. Then, she saw a huge black and white pterosaur with a wingspan of 15 meters descending from the sky. A gust of wind blew her hair up. Enemy attack. In the manor, there were people shouting and yelling. It was a mess. What enemy attack? It's me, Wu Ming. A loud and clear voice came from Long DeBayo's back. Then, Wu Ming jumped down from a height of more than 10 meters. Relying on the cushioning of the dark golden armor, he landed steadily on the ground. Long DeBayo stood on the spot with its head held high, like a mountain king patrolling his territory. Plop! Little Tyrant slid down from the dragon's back to the ground. It was seeing stars. As a dog, it was afraid of heights, even though it had become an E-class elite pet. LV Luo opened her eyes wide and stared at Wu Ming, who had taken off his helmet. Then, she pointed at the huge and majestic Long DeBayo. This is your pet. Wu Ming nodded. Yes, this is my most powerful pet. Take a guess, what class is it? D-class? LV Luo raised her eyebrows, finding it hard to believe. If it is really a D-class pet, does it mean that you can make D-class evolutionary food? So, you're a D-class trainer? LV Luo was even more shocked. It turned out that Wu Ming was a big shot hiding around him. Even in a central city like Nanjiang City, D-grade trainers were very popular and respected. They were the targets of countless people who wanted to curry favor with them. No, don't misunderstand. Wu Ming waved his hand. He hadn't bought a D-class evolutionary food yet, and he hadn't been able to make one. He couldn't be considered a D-class trainer, but he would be soon. I don't buy it. You must be a D-class trainer pretending to be weak in front of me. LV Luo handed over the wooden box with both hands. This is my gift to you. What is it? Why are you being so mysterious? Wu Ming took over the wooden box and opened it. There was an old and delicate key inside. This is the key to this manor that is worth more than 100 million. From today onwards, it belongs to you, right? You don't have to worry about the transfer of ownership. I believe you will receive the notice in a few days. LV Luo explained. You're giving me the entire lakeside manor? Wu Ming's eyes widened. He felt that he had underestimated LV Luo's generosity. A manor that was worth more than 100 million was given away just like that. You made me the branch president. I gained wealth and fame. I also gained the recognition of the headquarters' special envoy and the connections she promised. The value of all these is immeasurable. In the future, if you need any help, you can come to me. LV Luo bent forward and leaned close to Wu Ming. She purposely revealed her tempting snow-white chest and licked her sexy lips. Of course, even if you want me to do that kind of thing, it's also possible. Smelling the fragrance from her body, Wu Ming almost had a reaction. He quickly leaned back. Cough, cough, this will talk about it later. Wu Ming quickly closed the wooden box and walked around the manor with LV Luo. Looking at the medicinal herbs in the herb garden, he was in a good mood. LV Luo looked at Wu Ming and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. She was just testing Wu Ming. She did not expect that the other party's willpower was not bad. He actually managed to endure it. But on second thought, LV Luo looked at Wu Ming ambiguously and said, "Last night, the moans in room 003 lasted for most of the night. You're quite strong." You heard it? Wu Ming suddenly felt embarrassed. At this moment, a graceful figure walked out of the manor. She looked at Wu Ming with a complicated expression and did not say anything. This woman was Yi Sanyang. Wu Ming spared her life. Yi Sanyang killed him because she had received the order from the president, Mad Wolf. Any assassin would have done the same. Otherwise, the one who died would be the assassin who resisted the order. All right, I won't disturb your lovey-dovey. LV Luo gave Wu Ming you know what I mean smile. We'll eat at 6:30 p.m. After saying that, she got on the off-road motorcycle and returned to the Spirit Demon Assassination Branch to deal with some matters. In the manor's hall, only Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang were left. Master, Yi Sanyang lowered her noble head. Her identity as an assassin had been removed by LV Luo, and she had become a wanderer with no identity. Wu Ming had chosen to take her in as his personal bodyguard. Whether it was the F-grade talent, seduction, or interrogation, they were all very good help to Wu Ming. At critical moments, they could play a big role. Wu Ming reached out and held Yi Sanyang's exquisite chin. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Change your title. Compared to Master, I prefer people to call me Brother Wu or Boss. Chapter 148. Boss. Yi Sanyang chose this title. Looking at the handsome and rich man in front of her, she recalled the 2 nights of joy with him, and her heart beat faster. This man was too strong, no matter what, especially through the surveillance replay. When she saw the fierce battle in the corridor last night, Yi Sanyang felt that only a man like Wu Ming was worthy of her lifelong loyalty. How much do you know about this manor? Wu Ming walked out of the hall and pointed at the manor. With this manor, he would be able to obtain an endless amount of evolution points, as well as medicinal ingredients that could be used to concoct evolution food. I know about this manor. It used to be the origin of the medicinal herbs under the Zhou Nana group. Later, because of Zhou Nana's death, the manor was taken over by the branch of the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild. Now it's yours, boss. Yi Sanyang explained. It turns out to be like this. Wu Ming nodded. Yi Sanyang's words could be considered to have solved the doubts in his heart. At the same time, he also realized that the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild was not simple. A branch could take over this lakeside manor worth hundreds of millions. Then, the entire branch's assets were definitely very strong. The wealth behind the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild headquarters in Nanjiang City was even more terrifying. Boss, are you thirsty? I'll go get some water for you, Yi Sanyang asked softly. Beside Wu Ming, she became much more obedient than before. I'm not thirsty for the time being. Accompany me to the herb garden to see what medicinal herbs are nearby. Wu Ming walked in front. Yi Sanyang quickly followed and walked side by side. She took out a thick book. After opening it, there were many colored photos with words on it, introducing the detailed information of all the medicinal herbs in the manor. Wu Ming pointed at one of the medicinal herbs, and Yi Sanyang could find it in 10 seconds. Her speed was very fast. You're so powerful. Wu Ming was surprised. This book introduced hundreds and thousands of medicinal herbs. In the end, Yi Sanyang could find it just by casually flipping through it. She was really strong. My pet is the night witch. It can be considered a parasitic pet. When combined with my body, it can enhance my abilities in all aspects, including memory. Yi Yang explained. Normally, if a normal person was invaded by the worker bee's paralyzing toxin, they would fall into a deep sleep for at least a day. However, last night, Yi Yang was only unconscious for half an hour. When she woke up, Wu Ming happened to be by her side. After that, Wu Ming subdued Yi Yang and gained a female bodyguard who was worth nurturing. Relying on her almost photographic memory, Yi Yang memorized the information in the entire book. Therefore, the speed of flipping through the book was naturally fast. Looks like I made a huge profit by keeping you alive. Wu Ming joked, looking at the sexy and enchanting Yi Yang. He felt that his future life would definitely be very wonderful. It felt great to have such a subordinate. Accompanied by Yi Yang, Wu Ming walked around the manor. At this time, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The banquet was getting closer and closer. Wu Ming checked the herbs in the manor and found that there were many types of herbs here. Except for those special herbs, everything else could be found here. Let's go and prepare for the banquet. Wu Ming walked in front. The two of them came to the banquet hall of the lakeside manor and found that the chef and maids were all busy. The large round table was already filled with all kinds of delicious dishes. Boom! The sound of a motorcycle came from outside the banquet hall. Without guessing, Wu Ming knew that LV Luo had come. Da-da-da. A series of high-heeled footsteps entered the banquet hall. Wu Ming looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was indeed LV Luo. However, she was accompanied by a middle-aged woman in tight leather clothes. She was mature and charming, sexy and graceful. Behind her, there was a large butterfly with a wingspan of 2 meters following. Wherever it passed, there was a bright light. Peak-level E-Pet, rainbow butterfly. Wu Ming used the eye of insight to see the information of this butterfly pet. Then, he looked at the middle-aged woman and speculated that she should be the special envoy of the Spirit Demon Assassination Headquarters from Nanjiang City. Wu Ming, let me introduce you. Jiang Fenghua. You can call her Sister Hua. She is the special envoy of the Spirit Demon Assassination Headquarters. Behind her is Sister Hua's pet, the level E rainbow butterfly. LV Luo took the initiative to introduce. Jiang Fenghua swayed her slender waist and walked over. She reached out and shook Wu Ming's hand out of courtesy. Wu Ming, rumor has it that you are a level D pet trainer. I've heard a lot about you. It was soft and smooth to the touch. Wu Ming smiled and withdrew his hand. Please sit. Wu Ming pointed to the seats and invited LV Luo, Jiang Fenghua, and Yi Yang to sit down. Now, he was the owner of this manor. Of course, he had to act as a host. Wu Ming, you are really young and promising. On the way here, I heard that you were qualified to participate in the national pet competition in Nanjiang City. Also, your results in the audition were very good. Jiang Fenghua smiled gently. Those are all rumors. I was just lucky to pass. Wu Ming was modest. I heard that you were a level D pet trainer. My rainbow butterfly is already at the peak of level E pet. I wonder if you have any suitable evolution food for the rainbow butterfly? Jiang Fenghua looked at Wu Ming with bright eyes. The lowest price of a level D evolution food was more than 1,000,000 pet coins. Ordinary people could not afford it. But Jiang Fenghua was rich. She had delayed the evolution of the rainbow butterfly because she had not encountered a suitable level D evolution food for the rainbow butterfly. Rashly using other level D evolution food would only waste one evolution opportunity. Jiang Fenghua's idea was the same as Zhang Okyun's. Either she did not evolve the pet, or once it did, she had to choose the best evolution food. Wu Ming waved his hand. I'm sorry, I don't have any level D evolution food for the rainbow butterfly at the moment. But when I have it in the future, I can contact Sister Hua. Then add VX. When you're lonely, you can come to Sister Hua to relieve yourself. Jiang Fenghua smiled seductively. Wu Ming's face stiffened. He remembered that Jiang Fenghua was the special envoy of the Spirit Demon Assassin Union. She was also a terrifying assassin. She would not take the initiative to seduce someone. At most, she was just joking. At this thought, Wu Ming forced a smile and took out his phone. Soon, the two of them added each other's VX. The banquet officially began. At this banquet, there were only 4 people: Wu Ming, Yi Sanyang, LV Luo, and Jiang Fenghua. However, there were many dishes on the table. They chatted happily until 9 o'clock at night. LV Luo and Jiang Fenghua left. Sister Hua, let's go. I will take you to the bar street in the Garan Castle. Let's find some young men to talk to. Okay, you treat. The 2 girls got into a supercar and left in a roaring sound. Yi Sanyang looked at Wu Ming and asked in a low voice, "Boss, do you need me to drive you back? How boring is it to go back to the pet store?" Wu Ming reached out and lifted Yi Sanyang's delicate chin. The corners of his mouth curled up. Yi Sanyang understood immediately. She smiled charmingly, reached out her hands, and gently unbuttoned Wu Ming's shirt. Chapter 149. This night was not peaceful. The breath of spring was exuding vigorously. This was the first night that Wu Ming spent in a lakeside manor. The specific process was very wonderful, and it left him with endless aftertaste. At noon the next day, Wu Ming sat on Long DeBayo's back and returned to the pet store with Yi Sanyang. "Brother Wu, you're finally back. The evolutionary food you prepared yesterday has been sold. The net profit is 1,090,000 pet coins." As soon as she saw Wu Ming, the attentive Wan Siyu immediately reported the situation. Then, she noticed Yi Sanyang standing next to Wu Ming. "This is Yi Sanyang, my new assistant." Wu Ming brought Yi Sanyang to the pet store and introduced her in front of the others. She's a peak F-level beast tamer. Her pet is the Night Witch. She has a special talent and is suitable for making a move at certain critical moments. Wu Ming added, "Hello, Sanyang. I'm Wan Siyu, an employee of the pet store. I'm mainly responsible for assisting Brother Wu in preparing evolutionary food and collecting bills." Wan Siyu enthusiastically stretched out her hand with a smile. "Hello." Yi Sanyang shook hands with Wan Siyu. "I'm Zuma Mei, a driver of the pet store. Although I'm a woman, I'm also an E-level beast tamer. Also, my driving skills are very good. If you want to learn how to drive, you can look for me." Zuma Mei also introduced herself. "Driving skills? What kind of driving skills? If it's ordinary driving skills, then I do need to learn. But if it's another kind of driving skills, you may not be as good as me." Yi Sanyang was stunned at first. Then, her red lips curled up slightly as she thought. Huang Samba patted the mighty bear lying on the ground and said with a smile, "I'm Huang Samba, a bodyguard of the pet store. This is my E-level pet, Mighty Bear. Just call it Big Bear." "Well, hello." Yi Sanyang nodded. "By the way, let me tell you a piece of good news. Because I helped a friend a lot these days, she gave me a manor as a thank you gift. From now on, that manor will be the source of materials for our pet store." Wu Ming thought about it and decided to make this matter public. The ownership of the lakeside manor wasn't a secret. Anyone with a bit of connections could find out who it belonged to. "Wow, Brother Wu, this friend of yours is too heroic." "That's right. He actually gave us a manor that covers at least a dozen mu, right?" Wan Siyu, Huang Samba, and Zuma Mei exclaimed. Wu Ming sat on the sofa, took out his phone, and pulled Yi Sanyang into the 6-person group in the pet store. Then he posted a few photos. "This is the manor that my friend gave me." Wu Ming left this message in the group. "Mu Wanyin, isn't this the manor under Nana's name when she was alive? I heard that it was later reclaimed. Now it's actually given to Brother Wu." "Jiang Okayun, yo. So it's this lakeside manor. Not bad. We can go there in the future." Jiang Okayun, at Dark Witch? Who is this? Dark Witch, hello everyone. I'm the boss's new assistant, Yi Sanyang. Nice to meet you all. Dark Witch changed the group name to Yi Sanyang. Wan Siyu, we've seen Sanyang. She's so beautiful, so elegant, so charming. Zuma Mei, yes, she's in the pet store now. Huang Samba. San Yang is as beautiful as my wife. Zuma Mei, honey, I'm shy. Looking at the communication in the group, Wu Ming smiled and began to edit the message before sending it out. Wu Ming, okay, there will be 7 people in the group from now on. The 6-person combat team is now 7 people. How about this? Let's have dinner at the Lakeside Manor tonight. It's my treat. Zhang Okyun, huh? The cheapskate is finally willing to treat us. I'll crawl there today, even if I have to. Mu Wanyin, brother Wu, can I bring someone? Wu Ming, who? Your sister? Mu Wanyin, yes, she's with me now. Yeah, she suddenly said that she has a case to solve in the city. She can't go today. Let's meet again next time. Wu Ming, it's okay, just come over. All right, we'll gather in front of the pet store today. We'll be there at 6:30 sharp. After sending the message, Wu Ming made a call and asked the housekeeper of the Lakeside Manor to arrange a dinner party. In the following time, Yi Sanyang walked on the streets near the pet store and looked around. She looked up and looked at the second floor of the pet store. She couldn't help but blush when she remembered the last time she had fun with Wu Ming all night. Bang! All of a sudden, a Vine of the Night magic vine slapped out and split a black eagle that was about to hunt nearby in half. Then, the vine penetrated the black eagle and absorbed its strength, causing it to shrivel up quickly. What a powerful plant pet! Yi Sanyang was speechless. The night magic vine, Little Tyrant, and Long de Bao were all powerful pets. Especially Long de Bao, which had reached Class D and could do whatever it wanted in the entire Garan Castle. Following the boss is the best choice I have made. Yi Sanyang took a deep breath and looked around. She saw a beautiful woman with a slim waist and shoulder-length green hair leaning against the wall. Why are you here? Yi Sanyang asked LV Luo. Ding! A card flew out from LV Luo's hand and was inserted into the gap of the wall next to LV Luo. The tail of the card was still vibrating. This is for you. From now on, you are completely free. With that said, LV Luo lifted her snow-white long legs, stepped onto the off-road motorcycle on the side of the road, and drove away with a roaring sound. Yi Sanyang looked at the card. That was her legal ID card in the Garan Castle. With it, she would have an official identity. LV Luo is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. But thank you anyway. Yi Sanyang put away the ID card and turned around. She happened to see Wu Ming standing in front of the pet store, drinking coffee and looking at her. Boss. Yi Sanyang nodded. You just need to get the ID card. Wu Ming nodded with a smile. Yi Sanyang blinked and said, Boss knows about the ID card. Did you ask LV Luo to help me? It's nothing. Wu Ming patted Yi Sanyang's soft shoulder and walked back to the pet store. After having fun with Yi Sanyang last night, Wu Ming looked at the Sleeping Beauty and took out his phone to contact LV Luo. With the help of the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild, it was not difficult to get an ID card without any problems. Yi Sanyang stood there. Looking at Wu Ming's tall and straight back, she smiled gently. Boss, he's very warm. Yi Sanyang blinked and walked back to the pet store. Looking at the slightly narrow space, she suggested, Boss, the pet store doesn't seem to be big enough. Do you want to expand it? There's no way to expand it. Apart from the pet store, all the other stores around have been bought by Ms. Zhang. She said that she wants to squeeze me to death. Wu Ming put down the coffee cup and spread his hands, looking helpless. Chapter 150. Ms. Zhang, Zhang Okyun from the group. Yi Sanyang came to a realization and said, Then we can buy the shop next door. We're all friends, so it shouldn't be a problem. Brother Wu, you don't have to worry about this. I've talked to Yin Yin before, and she said that she can sell the tea shop next door to us on the condition that we exchange it with a Class E evolutionary food. Wan Siyu immediately stood up and explained. 1 grade E evolutionary food for each shop. Ms. Zhang is really good at scheming. Wu Ming rolled his eyes. The Class E evolutionary food that he concocted was of superior quality. Although the official price was 300,000, to be honest, unless it was in a place like the mall, it could be sold for 700,000 to 800,000 or even millions. Many people were well aware of this point. What did this mean? The tea shop next door actually cost millions. This price was a little too expensive. Therefore, Wu Ming called Zhang Okeyan. Hello, is this Ms. Zhang? You actually want a Class E evolutionary food for the tea shop next door? Zhang Okeyan said lazily. Yes, I want to scam you. Wu Ming. Okay, I'll move out now. Zhang Okeyan was anxious. Don't. How can you be so immoral? Forget it. I'll sell it to you for 500,000. If you don't want to buy it, then forget it. If Wu Ming really moved out, the mall that she developed on Nanwen Street would definitely lose traffic and would definitely lose money. Therefore, Zhang Okeyan could not let Wu Ming move out. Haha, I was just joking. I didn't expect you to be willing to sell it at a low price. All right, 500,000 then. Wu Ming laughed. He had already recorded this conversation. Zhang Okeyan could not go back on her words even if she wanted to. Wu Ming, how dare you deceive this lady's pure feelings for you? Zhang Okeyan gritted her teeth. However, seeing how understanding Miss Zhang is, I can sell you some rank E evolution food at market price. Right? In our group, only you and Yi Sanyang haven't advanced to rank E yet. The others are all rank E Beastmasters. Wu Ming's sudden change of topic surprised Zhang Okeyan. But very quickly she was shocked. What did you say? The others have all advanced to Class E? When did this happen? You've been busy for the past few days, so you don't know that I've already concocted a few new types of Grade E evolution food. At this stage, they've all advanced to Grade E. If you want to advance, then hurry over. After that, Wu Ming hung up the phone. In a villa, Zhang Okeyan opened her eyes wide. She tore off the mask on her face and applied makeup as fast as she could. Then, she drove her sports car to the pet store. Wu Ming, I want to buy some Grade E evolution food. As soon as she entered the pet store, Ms. Zhang slapped a bank card on the table and put her hands on her hips. There's 2 million inside. Really? Wu Ming was surprised. He picked up the bank card and secretly thought that Zhang Okeyan was really rich. She started with 1 million. What type of evolution food do you want to buy? Currently, there are 5 types of Grade E evolution food. They are King Kong Talon, Extreme Speed, Chain Lightning, Healing Halo, and Sonar Detection. Wu Ming introduced the functions of the 5 types of evolution food and waited for Zhang Okeyan to choose. Grade E King Kong Talon, I want one. Zhang Okeyan said. Her water spirit did not have strong close combat abilities. Therefore, she urgently needed talents like Blade and Talon to stack. I also want Chain Lightning, which can be used for long-range attacks. I also want Extreme Speed. I don't need Healing Halo and Sonar Detection for now. Let me think about it. In the end, Zhang Okeyan chose 3 types of Grade E evolution food. Extreme Speed, Chain Lightning, and Talon. No problem, 2 million. Wu Ming smiled and told Wan Siyu to find the herbs. Zhang Okeyan sat down on the sofa and realized that there was a sexy and charming woman sitting next to her. You're Yi Sanyang from the group? Zhang Okeyan was surprised at first. Then, she rolled her eyes at Wu Ming. Huh, you old pervert. Even your assistants are beautiful. You're good. Why do you care? Wu Ming shrugged. Huh. Zhang Okeyan crossed her legs and stopped talking. Yi Sanyang sat on the sofa and looked at Wan Siyu, who was looking for herbs. Then, she looked at Wu Ming, who was sitting next to her. She was curious. She wanted to know how Wu Ming mixed the evolution food. Brother Wu, I found the raw materials for the Grade E Chain Lightning evolution food. I'll grind and mix it for you. Wan Siyu immediately got to work. She weighed, crushed, ground, and mixed it. Finally, she placed it in the reactor and sent it to Wu Ming. Okay, watch me next. Wu Ming held the reactor with both hands and deducted 15 evolution points. Under Yi Sanyang's surprised gaze, the herbs actually melted and then had an indescribable reaction. In the end, they became 100 blue and white crystals the size of rice grains. They looked like gems and were very beautiful. This is the Grade E Chain Lightning evolution food. Don't you feel that the process is a bit magical? Wu Ming handed the evolution food to Zhang Okeyan and then asked Yi Sanyang. Yes, it's really strange. Boss, your mixing method is completely different from others. Yi Sen-yang nodded. This was the first time she had seen such a mixing method. This is called the ancient alchemy method. To put it bluntly, it uses the biological magnetic field of the human body to cause the herbs to resonate and then produce a reaction. Normal people can't learn it. Wu Ming began to bluff. After all, he couldn't tell her about the existence of the system, and the others didn't know whether this was true or not. He could just make up whatever he wanted. Amazing, Yi Sen-yang praised. At this time, Zhang Oqian had let her pet, the water spirit, finish eating the Grady chain lightning evolution food. Electric arcs appeared on the surface of its body. Wow, I feel like I've been electrocuted. My whole body is numb. It feels so good. Zhang Oqian immediately walked to the door. She stretched out her hand and shot out a Grady chain lightning as thick as a thumb, melting the cans on the ground in the distance. It's so powerful. Zhang Oqian was overjoyed. With the Grady chain lightning, her and the water spirit's comprehensive combat ability had improved by leaps and bounds. Also, the water spirit had advanced to the Grady level, and its various talents had been strengthened. Of course, the evolution food I made is useful. Wu Ming looked at Yi Sen-yang, who was next to him. What do you think? Do you want your knight wish to have a similar talent? Yes, I do. Yi Sen-yang nodded repeatedly. She dreamed of having such a powerful talent. It could greatly improve her combat ability. Then I'll make more for you in the future, Wu Ming promised. 10 minutes later, Wan Xiyu gathered the Grady King Kong Talon and the Grady Speed materials and put them in the reactor. Then, she handed them to Wu Ming. After deducting a total of 30 evolution food points, Wu Ming made 2 sets of evolution food and gave them to Zhang Oqian. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Brother Wu, I'm here. Mu Wanyan's voice came from the street. Chapter 151. The last member is here. Wu Ming waved at Mu Wanyan, who was on the street. Brother Wu, is this your new assistant, Yi Sen-yang? Wow, her temperament is so unique. Even I like her. Mu Wanyan sized up the sexy and charming Yi Sen-yang, and her eyes lit up. Although she was a woman, women also like to look at beautiful women, especially a mature, charming, and sexy woman like Yi Sen-yang. Both men and women would love her. Hello, I'm Yi Sen-yang. Hello, I'm Mu Wanyan from the group. This is my pet, Xiao Bai. The two introduced themselves, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Wu Ming looked at the clock and found that it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. He called out to the people present. It's about time. Let's go to the lakeside manor outside the city. Okay. The others quickly packed up. Zhang Oqian stood up from the sofa and looked at the water spirit jumping in her palm. Her eyes were full of excitement and pride. With the help of 3-level evolutionary food, the water spirit had evolved into an elite-level pet. It had achieved a huge breakthrough. Zhang Oqian was very happy about this. 10 minutes later, everyone was ready to go. Let's go. Let's sit on Long DeBayo's back and go to the lakeside manor together. Wu Ming called Long DeBayo over. Everyone climbed along its neck to its back and used the dark gold armor to tie themselves to the dragon's back. Yi Sen-yang was stunned and quickly asked, is this nano armor? How can it transform automatically? It's many times more advanced than the black armor on the market. This is called dark gold armor. It's the second generation of black armor. In fact, black armor has a similar function. It's just that most people can't fully utilize it. Black armor and dark gold armor are both products of our pet store. Wu Ming explained. This is a product of our pet store? Yi Sen-yang was shocked and covered her mouth with her hand. It's nothing. You'll have dark gold armor too in the future. Wu Ming smiled and extended his hand. The dark golden armor spread over Yi Sen-yang's body and wrapped around her, fixing her on the dragon's back. Long DeBayo, set off, Wu Ming ordered. Wu-ao. Long DeBayo flapped his wings and soared into the sky, carrying 7 people and 7 pets. Under the envious gazes of the citizens of Garan Castle, they flew out of the city. At the lakeside manor, The 7 of them, Long de Bayo, the mighty bear, and the other pets gathered in the spacious and bright banquet hall to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Clear soup, steamed fish, stewed pork knuckle. There were all kinds of dishes, all of which emitted a tempting aroma. "Come, everyone, let's eat." Wu Ming raised his cup and invited everyone present to eat and drink together. The atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. That night, no one returned to Garan Castle. The lakeside manor was huge. It could easily accommodate 100 people. Late at night, Wu Ming woke up from his bed and looked at the sexy, sleeping beauty beside him. He tiptoed to the window and looked around from the 3rd floor to enjoy the night view. The night was not peaceful. There were many ferocious beasts nearby. However, because the lakeside manor was enclosed, there were several layers of high-voltage electric fences nearby. Ordinary ferocious beasts could not enter. Under normal circumstances, Level F ferocious beasts would not dare to appear within 100 kilometers of Garan Castle. They were afraid that they would be hunted down by the beast tamers in the city. Therefore, the manor was very safe. Wu Ming enjoyed the peaceful night after the fun. Suddenly, he focused his eyes and noticed a nearby mountain. There, a burly figure was standing. It looked like an ape. It stood in place. As it breathed in and out, its muscular chest rose and fell. It was very visually impactful. Wu Ming picked up the binoculars on the table and looked at the burly, ape-like figure. He found that there was a human face on its head. "It's him, Level E Ape Warrior." Wu Ming's expression changed. After the trip to Tianyuan Canyon, he had a deep impression of the Level E Ape Warrior in the laboratory. However, he did not know when he had left or where he was now. In Wu Ming's opinion, the Level E Ape Warrior should have left this area long ago. It was very likely that he was hiding deep in the mountains and rivers. But tonight, he actually met him here, on the mountain slope. The Level E Ape Warrior looked at the manor below, then looked at the high-voltage electric fences. He took a deep breath and leapt up, reaching a height of more than 30 meters. He successfully jumped over several layers of electric fences and landed in the herbal field. I heard that this manor used to belong to the Zhou group. The people from a Zhou group aren't good people. It shouldn't be a problem for me to take some of the herbs here to strengthen my physique, right? The Level E Ape Warrior muttered. His face was unshaven, and he had long, dirty hair. He looked like a savage. He put on his monkey mask and took out a cloth bag from his waist. He picked a dozen or so mature herbs and skillfully put them in. Bang, bang, bang. Strange footsteps approached, causing the Level E Ape Warrior to feel a chill in his heart. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. With one look, he was stunned. A 3-headed hellhound that was as majestic as a mighty lion, with flames burning all over its body, was standing 100 meters away. On its back, there was a person wearing dark golden armor. Judging by the size, this was a tall and straight man. Elite Level E Pet. The Level E Ape Warrior turned around at once. After a few steps, he jumped dozens of meters high, jumped over the electric fences, and fled into the distance. "Little Tyrant, go after him." Wu Ming sat on Little Tyrant's back and gave the order. "Woof, woof, woof." Little Tyrant hurriedly ran for 100 meters, then jumped up with all its might. It reached a height of 50 meters, easily jumped over the electric fences, and chased after the Level E Ape Warrior that was running wildly on the ground. What an amazing jumping ability. The Level E Ape Warrior did not want to kill anyone. He ran for his life. However, in front of Little Tyrant, who had Level E speed and Level F endurance, his speed was not enough. In less than 10 minutes, he was blocked in front of a dilapidated building. Level E Ape Warrior? Wu Ming opened his mouth. The Level E Ape Warrior, who was about to escape, narrowed his eyes and looked at Wu Ming, who was on the dog's back, in surprise. Because Wu Ming was wearing armor, the Level E Ape Warrior could not see his face clearly. He mistakenly thought that he was the mastermind behind the laboratory. In his heart, murderous intent began to grow. "Why did you take my medicine?" Wu Ming asked again. The Level E Ape Warrior was stunned. "Your medicine? Doesn't this manor belong to the Zhou group?" Could it be that you are the mastermind behind the Zhou group? The level E-Ape warrior asked with a gloomy face. Have you always been living outside the city? Or did the village just get connected to the internet? Zhou Nana died a long time ago. The ownership of this manor passed through several hands and finally became my property. You stole my medicine. Do you have anything to say? Wu Ming said indifferently. But because of the cold mask, his voice sounded a little low and cold. The level E-Ape warrior did not say anything. He quietly opened the cloth bag that contained the medicine, took out the medicine inside, and placed it on the stone slab at the side. As for the cloth bag, he kept it well. This frugal and meticulous lifestyle stunned Wu Ming. He secretly wondered if the level E-Ape warrior's life was so tight that he could not even bear to part with a cloth bag. I'll return your medicine to you. I'm sorry, I thought that it belonged to the Zhou group. After saying that, the level E-Ape warrior leaped and was dozens of meters away. After a few leaps, he disappeared into the night. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.